Hello. Good afternoon. Call the meeting to order. Welcome to the April 23rd, 2019 study session of Newport Beach City Council. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
First item under current business is the clarification of items on the consent calendar. And so just want to clarify for those who are listening, watching, present here today that I'm going to recommend that item 1 on the consent calendar relates to the approval of minutes from the last meeting be continued to the next meeting to allow the city clerk to expand the public comment section, which had been abridged in the version that you have in your packets today. And we will approve and consider for approval those amended and revised minutes May 14th, which is our next meeting. Is that correct, Madam Clerk, what you'll be able to do?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so we may say a little bit more about that in the regular session. All right, any clarification of items on the consent calendar? Mr. Avery? Mr. Duffield? Mr. Muldoon?
Yes, one. Is Mr. Webb available? On items 7 and 8, Mr. Webb, I see these agreements are coming up and it's time to renew them. I just want to confirm that before we vote on them, if there is support down the road for an organic pilot at parks, if these would interfere at all or would need to be renegotiated or adjusted at this point before we vote on them.
So if you're referring to item 7 tonight, that has to do with our weed abatement. There are no chemicals or pesticides used in that. That's purely a mechanical and hand operation. And I think we mentioned that in the staff report, so we wouldn't have to modify this agreement.
And the same as item 8, which is probably more design.
Item 8 is for on-call design, engineering, and landscape services, and there's no pesticide usage in that item either.
Thank you.
Ms. Brenner?
I had a question on item 5. Did that go through our PB&R commission?
I'm going to just quickly leave the room. I have a conflict, and I will live within 500 feet of that property.
Yeah. So the answer to your question is this is just playground replacement equipment, so it did not go through PB&R. We typically go through when we do park rehabs or complete reconfigurations, but replacing the equipment and the rubberized surfacing.
Okay. All right.
Oh, and I would also note on that one that there were community meetings directly with the nearby residents to talk about the type of equipment being replaced there.
And those were done by staff?
By staff, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. Okay. That was my question.
All right. Mr. Herdman?
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem? All right. Let's proceed. I have a couple of proclamations. The first one is this is Poppy Month, one of my favorite months. Let me read the document. We have Ms. Debbie Schubert and Carolyn Whitlinger, who are going to be here speaking to us, and then you may speak first, and then I will read the proclamation.
Okay, my Poppy girls were unable to be here. They're juniors now, so they're pretty busy with sports and proms coming and all that. So I just want to give you a little background. In the spring of 1915, shortly after losing a friend in Espes, France, a Canadian colonel, John McCrae, was inspired up by the sights of poppies growing in the battle-scarred fields. He now is known as the man who famously wrote In Flanders Fields. After the World War First was over, the poppy was adopted as a symbol of remembrance. Poppies started to be worn in 1921. And so we're just here to thank you for this proclamation. It's really important. We post it on all our websites. And Carolyn's the chairman, and I'm the auxiliary president for Unit 291. So thank you so much.
From the American Legion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, thank you. Did you want to say anything? Okay. Well, I'm delighted to read the proclamation. Whereas America is the land of freedom, preserved and protected willingly and freely by citizen soldiers, and millions who have answered the call to arms have died on the field of battle, and the nation at peace must be reminded of the price of war and the debt owed to those who have died in war, and whereas the red poppy has been designated as a symbol of sacrifice of lives in all wars, and whereas the American Legion Auxiliary has pledged to remind America annually of this debt through the distribution of the memorial flower. Now therefore, I, Diane Brooks Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2019 as Poppy Month, and that ask all citizens to pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the name of freedom by wearing the memorial poppy.
And may I say
Yes.
one more thing?
Sure.
Every donation that we get in, everything goes to what we call the VA&R fund, separate bank account, so everything goes back to veterans.
That's wonderful. If you'd stay right there, I'll present this and we'll get our picture taken.
Talk about how much you need men.
All right, proclamation number 2. We have CASA of Orange County, proclamation to recognize CASA of Orange County. Stephanie Gillette will be here. If she'd come forward, please. Would you like to make a few comments?
I just want to say thank you for this honor on behalf of CASA. CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. What we do is we're a local nonprofit that helps the local foster children in the system. Unknown to most people, we have 3,100 kids in the Orange County system, some who actually live here in Newport. And to no fault of their own, they're taken from their homes because their parents are unable to take care of them. And that's where CASA steps in. Our local volunteers are mentors and advocates for them, and they help these kids and give them a loving parent or loving adult in their lives, and they're mentors to them. Excuse me, I'm suffering a cold, so my voice is cracking as I talk. But also in front of you guys, I gave you a pinwheel, and so I wanted to let you know that next month is actually Foster Care Awareness Month. And so on May 11th, we'll be hosting an event at Fashion Island. And what we do is we do a display of all these pinwheels. So we'll have 3,100 pinwheels out there to represent all the different foster cares. Cool. So what you can do is you can go online and you can purchase one for $5, and it helps one of our foster care children. So it's just something there just so you guys can see, and we just ask for your help, and we just thank you for everything you guys have helped us with.
Well, thank you. I'll read the proclamation, but could you just repeat the website address, if you could, please?
Absolutely. It is CASA, CASAOC.org. And then if you go to events, you'll find Pinwheel, and you can go in there, and it's pretty easy. You can just go through and you can donate online. So thank you.
Very good. Let me read the proclamation. Whereas court-appointed special advocates, CASA of Orange County, was founded 34 years ago with the specific mission to provide a powerful voice for youth in the child welfare system through a unique one-on-one relationship with trained and supervised court-appointed volunteer advocates. CASA works to ensure that these youth are safe, have a permanent home, and have an opportunity to thrive, and that there are over 3,100 boys and girls living in foster care in Orange County who have been removed from their homes for no fault of their own, but because their parents are unable to care for them. And foster children suffer abuse, neglect, abandonment, and desperately need one adult who can speak up for their needs, and that there are over 3,100 boys and girls who in foster care in Orange County, and CASA aims to serve over 850 of these vulnerable children in 2019. And over the next year, CASA OC will recruit, train, and supervise more than 750 community volunteers, many of whom live in Newport Beach. These volunteers will complete 30 hours of training, go through extensive background checks, be sworn in as a court-appointed special advocate by a judge, and then be matched with their very own case youth, being mentor, advocate, and hope, and bringing mentor, advocacy, and hope to over 850 local children, and over 65,000 volunteer hours will be devoted by these children in 2019, saving nearly $1.9 million in costs to our local community. And whereas CASA OC, in celebration of National Foster Care Awareness Month, will launch the Pinwheel Project on Saturday, May 11th at Fashion Island. 3,100 pinwheels representing the number of children in the Orange County foster care system will be planted on the Neiman Marcus Bloomingdale's lawn. So now, therefore, I, Diane Brooks Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby proclaim April 23rd, 2019 as CASA of Orange County Day. So congratulations. Let me come down. Thank you. And thank you for all you do for the children in need in our community. Thank you, and thank you to CASA.
Thank you.
All right, our third and last proclamation is pardon me?
I can do it later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I can do it later.
Okay, right after we finish. One last proclamation to Ford Fairon. Is he here? Please come forward. And Chief Lewis, if you want to make a few remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Dixon, member of the City Council, John Lewis, your Chief of Police, and it is my honor to be here today to introduce to you Mr. Ford Fairon and participate in this well-deserved recognition for his heroic actions back in January of this year. I think that, as you can see, and we will all learn from the proclamation here, his actions were nothing short of heroic, and I think that when you hear the story of Ford and his quick thinking and his selflessness, in a world and an environment right now where we hear so many bad stories and bad news that come our way, I think it's inspiring to hear the story of Ford and his actions that day, but also not just as a representative of who he is as an individual, but also really these actions and Ford are really truly the heart of our youth and our community in Newport Beach, which I believe are special, strong character and people that care for one another. And I think that his actions here in many ways illustrate that. And I am sincerely proud of him on behalf of our police department, my partner, Chief Duncan, and the fire department. Again, we are all inspired by Ford, and we think this recognition is something that is so well deserved and grateful to be a part of it. So thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, well, let me read this proclamation, which is just an honor to read. Whereas on January 21st, 2019, at approximately 12:30 a.m., Corona Del Mar High School student Ford W. Fairon was driving on Ford Road near Canyon Island Drive when he observed a vehicle resting against a tree in the center media of the roadway with smoke emanating from the engine area. And without hesitation, he immediately stopped to see if anyone inside the vehicle needed help and found an injured teenage girl in the driver's seat and tried to open the driver's door without success. And thinking quickly, he directed the driver to climb toward the rear of the vehicle, opened the rear driver's side door, and pulled the injured teenager from the smoking car. And as the vehicle caught fire, he then dragged the girl to safety some 30 feet away. And the first Newport Beach Police Department officers arrived within minutes. And by that time, the vehicle was completely engulfed in flames. And Mr. Fairon would later learn that the injured driver was not a complete stranger, but a fellow Newport Beach resident, classmate, and friend from Corona Del Mar High School. And it is beyond question that these selfless and timeless acts averted a tragedy that night. Now, therefore, I, Diane Brooks Dixon, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby proclaim that Ford W. Fairon acted with bravery and heroism at the scene of a traffic collision in Newport Beach. And we thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a comment? Yes. We are honored to recognize you today. Would you like to make a few comments?
Just one. I'd like to thank the Newport Beach Police Department and Fire Department for being our everyday heroes. So thank you to them.
Well, thank you. Councilmember Muldoon would like to make a remark.
Thank you for your bravery and for stopping so few people look out for their neighbors these days. I'm going to ask a question that's on everyone's mind. It may be sensitive, Mr. Ford. When you're on Ford Road, were either of you driving a Ford vehicle?
I wasn't at the time, no.
Okay. And I hope this is a great essay you're going to submit for college, because I think the story is going to be very moving for admissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments? All right, let me come down and we'll take your photograph.
I'd like to think that you would do that.
All right, first item of our study session, we'll go to item number 5, potential changes to residential development standard to preserve cottages and address third-story massing. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember. I'm looking over there, I'm not looking over you, please.
I did want to make one comment about the poppies. As a member of the auxiliary of the American Legion, I just wanted to mention that every time that I get those poppies in the mail and I fill out the little card, that you can do it in memory of someone that you know that was in the military, and it serves a double purpose when I do that, because it refreshes my memory about the people I know who've made sacrifices, and it also helps to help our current veterans, so it's a really worthwhile thing to do.
It is. And as we're speaking here, I see a number of people leaving the council chambers, which tells me that they were here to honor Fort Fairon. Is that where you were here? Oh, that's really wonderful. Thank you for being here. All right, any other comments? Seeing none. So, Mr. Jurgis, it's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Good afternoon. I'm Simone Jurgis, your Community Development Director. We have 2 presentations to make. One of them is going to be on preserving beach cottages. And then we're going to close out this PowerPoint and we'll switch over to third-story massing. A few months ago, it was requested by the City Council to bring back some thoughts on ideas about preserving our beach cottages. And I have with me tonight Greg Ramirez. He's our principal planner. He's been working on this PowerPoint and kind of going over that subject matter. Beach cottages are affected by the lack of parking, by the lack of a non-conforming parking garage. And so Greg will just kind of walk everybody through. It's a very short PowerPoint. We have an idea of how to address it, and we'd like to get your feedback.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dixon and City Council. Greg Ramirez with Planning, as Simone said, and I'm very happy to be here this afternoon to talk about zoning development standards, something near and dear to all of our planning hearts over there in community development. So as Simone said, we're seeing a lot of the new homes come in and they're building to the max, and so we looked at some zoning standards, and is there ways to see if some of these cottages might be saved, or maybe not necessarily saved, but are there things we can do with our development standards that can maybe incentivize people to not rebuild completely brand new homes? So for both presentations, I'll give you a little bit of geography, a little bit of a code refresher or a crash course, and our suggestions on where we're going or where we might want to go. So where might this be a concern? Essentially, it's the older parts of town, and these are places where many of the homes were originally built in the 50s, 60s, or even before that, at a time when there were different development standards. So you'll find a lot of non-conforming structures out there, and by non-conforming we mean structures that don't comply with all the zoning regulations, be that height, setbacks, and parking. Those are 3 of the big ones. So what today we want to talk about is the non-conforming parking standard, and this might be a reason of why we're seeing some of these beach cottages go away. So currently, a single-family home is required to have two garage parking spaces. A duplex is required to have two garage spaces and 2 covered spaces. So As you're probably all aware, if you've driven through any part of the older parts of town, you see these little small homes. Some of them have no garages, some of them might have one, some of them might have a carport. People are parking in the alleys and things like that. And if this is the case, the code currently limits the amount of additions that people can do to these smaller beach homes. So if they don't have the required parking, such as the case in these two photographs here, and the one on the bottom is a really good example because you can see the single car garage in the small home. They're limited to a 10% addition, and that 10% is based on the existing structure size. So if a home is 1,000 square feet, they can add 100 square feet under our code. Anything greater than that would require approval of a variance. And of course, a variance requires all kinds of very difficult findings to make, hardship findings and things of such of that nature. So as you can probably imagine, somebody with a growing family or wanting to expand a little bit, 100 square feet might not get them to where they want to go, and that's barely a small bedroom. So again, like we said, the driving force behind this is the non-conforming parking. So one of the things we wanted to do, of course, is if we're looking at these cottages, and if we wanted to try to preserve them or allow more development, we wanted to see, well, what is a cottage and how big might a cottage be? So we ran some numbers, as you can see at the bottom, over 11,000 homes. And so you can see kind of the numbers we saw there. We have homes less than 1,000 square feet, which make up a small percentage, and then all the way up to greater than 2,000 square feet, which make up the majority of the homes. So when we were looking at this, we believe a cottage should probably be something that's less than 1,500 square feet. Anything greater than that, you're looking at, for most of these lots, you're going to be looking at least a full single story, a partial second story, and sometimes a full second story. It's kind of depending on what size of the lot there is. So going forward here with this idea of the cottages, a few things would have to be studied, some standards and some definitions created, so we can fully understand and everyone's fully aware of what a cottage is, meaning how much floor area does a cottage have. Another thing is, would a cottage have a second floor or roof decks? The photograph on the lower right, that's a house design very common in Corona del Mar and of course on Balboa Island, where you have the single-story home in the front, and then toward the back, you have the apartment that's over the two-car garage. In this particular case, there's 2 units here, and there's 2 parking spaces, so they would be non-conforming, meaning that their additions would be limited to 10% of that structure. So we were thinking about it, given the cottage sizes, 1,000 square feet, 1,500 square feet, what if we just allowed a larger addition to some of these non-conforming homes? Would that be an incentive enough for people to, instead of tearing down and completely rebuilding, if we allowed, say, a 25% addition, so on a 1,000 square foot home, you can get 250 feet. Now maybe we're getting a little closer to where somebody can add a bedroom, somebody can add a small bathroom, and if the home's larger, then of course the addition could be subsequently larger to that.
Once again, and if I may, we looked at what can we do to provide some type of incentive to preserve those beach cottages. And as the planning director for Newport Beach, I need to make sure everybody understands that what we see happening is families moving into a house, wanting to expand the house, and you have the younger kids getting to become teenagers, and suddenly you go from a two-car house up to a 4-car house. Yet you never have that compliant garage to take those vehicles off the street and put them in the garage. So we're always concerned about that, and we just want to make sure that the council is aware of what we see may happen. That 25%, that's arbitrary. That's something that we just came up with. We think that works. If the council would like to raise that 25%, or for staff to go back to the community and talk to the community about it, happy to do any of that. We thought 25% is a good starting point. It gives a 1,500 square foot home about 375 additional square feet without having to comply with the parking standards. And that provides a large size bedroom with a bath. And that's kind of how we rationalized it.
Greg, are you still going on? Okay.
I just wanted to quickly go over the amendment process, if this is something that the council wanted us to proceed with.
Could you just go back to the last slide there? I just wanted to clarify that photograph on the right, the lower right. So was that an addition that was made to that front cottage?
You know, I'm not sure. I believe that's probably original construction back there, or
Oh.
at a time when it was allowed. And like I said, that's fairly common on the island in Corona del Mar in particular.
So not to get into the details of that particular, but if that home now is 2,500 feet or less, which you believe it probably is?
I believe
Okay,
so.
so then they could add another approximately 250 feet, is what you're talking about, square feet?
Currently, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then would increase that if more, 500 square feet, I guess.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So if this was something the council wanted us to proceed with, it would require a formal initiation of Titles 20 and 21 because our local coastal implementation plan has these standards in them as well. We think some public outreach and some outreach with some design professionals who design these homes would be a good thing to do. And then it would, of course, have public hearings with the Planning Commission, City Council, and then ultimately with the Coastal Commission for review and approval as well. So that concludes our first short presentation, and we're available for any questions or comments.
Any questions up here? Mr. Avery?
I think, it's probably still the main driver is just people coming in and tearing it down and building the biggest house they can on their lots, which is happening. That's totally understandable given the value of real estate and desirability of the area. But no doubt this would help because there are those buyers that really can't afford to tear it down, but if they had more square footage, they could happily live there in an area that they're after, that they desire to live in.
And you're right, Councilmember Avery, and it gives the option to the person buying the property, if they still choose to tear down the house and make a bigger house, that option is still available to them.
Right.
It doesn't force them to preserve the existing
Right.
structure.
Or allow somebody to come in and maybe live more comfortably for 10 years and then do their
That's
dream
correct.
home, that sort of thing, a bridge. And I would be in favor of even a bigger ratio, as long as it was sort of all on one floor, if it took up just more of the lot rather than going up, that sort of thing. Thank you.
Mr. Herdman?
Simone, I'm the council member that requested this, increasing the buildable square footage on cottages. And I appreciate the work you've done. I appreciate your proposal. I'm not comfortable making this decision without considerable outreach in the community, hearing from the people what in fact they would like to do. So I'm pleased to see that you're recommending that, and I'd like to see that followed up with. I hope there's some people in the audience tonight that are here to speak to this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I wanted to wait until after Jeff. I know Jeff had asked for this. My understanding is the idea is to incentivize people to try to find a way to incentivize people to keep things similar to the cottage approach. And so I'm with Jeff. I think it'd be helpful to go out and talk with folks in the building community before we start down the path of amending 20 and 21 and going through coastal and all of that pretty lengthy, expensive process. But I think we're on the right track. It'd be great to see loosening of standards to incentivize rather than try to start cutting back and taking property rights away from folks, and this expands them, and that's great. So it'd be great to see this go through.
Just gives people another option.
Correct.
Ms. Brenner?
Yes, I agree. I'd like to see us go to the BIIA, the CDM Residents Association, the Lido Homeowners Association, all those groups within the community, and get them to weigh in on this. And, it's a fine line because we want to give people the incentive to do enough to be comfortable in one of these homes, and at the same time, there are some that need to be torn down too so I don't think we want to make it comfortable enough for people to not ever want to really improve their property and regain their parking abilities. So it's definitely something that needs to be looked at in greater detail. But we've got people in our community that have been waiting so long to do things like this to their community, to their little cottages. And I hope we can find a way to streamline this, to get it through the system as quickly as possible, because people that do want to, I've got some people, I believe they're here tonight, that are going to speak about this, and they've got a grandchild coming, and just a few extra square feet in their home, in their cottage, will make a big difference for them. So as quickly as we can make this go through the system, I think that would be really helpful.
Okay, Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any idea what we would estimate how many, I know it's a hard question, but how many cottages there really are? Are there more than 1,000, less than 1,000? Are there 10,000? How many do you think there would be?
Right. Thank you, Councilmember Duffield. So on the screen in front of you, we have what we believe is some accurate data. So if we just look at that 1,500 mark, we have about 1,800, 1,900 units that are less than 1,500 square feet. And again, this is just staff's opinion of what a beach cottage is. We're looking at the 1,500 mark. If you want to consider 1,000 square feet, you're looking at 758 units out there in the entire community of what we have as far as product type.
Oh, thanks.
Can I just clarify, is it 1879 just 1,000 to 1,499 square feet, or does that include the 758?
It does not include the 758.
So it would be 2,500.
That's correct. And this area here is, I think it includes all the older areas. I'm not sure it includes Newport Heights. And we'd have to verify this data, but we think it's pretty close to a good representation of what's out there.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess two things. One, on Councilmember Brenner's point, if someone were to tear down a cottage and put it back up the exact same footprint, are they then now required to have two parking spots?
Yes, if you were to demolish an existing building, you'd have to construct a current codes.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't want to create a perverse incentive of having people have homes that should be replaced. So perhaps it's not just an addition at this point. Maybe it's a similar footprint, non-conforming issue. And then, because I mean, if someone has a 1,500 square foot home and they would just want to replace it with a 1,500 square foot home, that doesn't seem to be a problem. And it does seem to be it would be a beautification of the community without losing the similar size, which seems to be part of the issue. Or maybe I'm wrong on that, so it'd be helpful to have an idea of that. And then the other point, is this 1,500 in the entire city, or is it 1,500? I mean, so I'm sorry, when we're looking at the screen right now, are we talking the entire city, or are we talking only specific areas that people have concerns?
This area here is, our database isn't complete, but this data here is drawn from Balboa Island, West Newport, the Peninsula, and Old Corona Del Mar.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any idea of the demand, or how many cottages have been lost to this because of our current zoning requirement?
I'm not sure, if all these were replaced cottages, but we ran some numbers, and for example, it looks like since 2011 to the end of 2018, there were 75 tear downs and replacements on Balboa Island, 165 in Old Corona Del Mar, meaning the flower streets. And then for the Peninsula and West Newport in total, we came up with about 170.
Small homes of this classification have been replaced by larger.
Well, we're not
structures.
sure how small they were, but oftentimes when people come in and tear down, they're definitely not built to the current maximum allowed, that's for sure.
Okay. Ms. Brenner.
One more thing. I just wanted to add that Ron Yo is here this evening, and Ron is a longtime resident and architect in Corona del Mar, and he's done an inventory of the cottages that remain in Corona del Mar, and he gave us a handout with his website, which I believe is here somewhere, but I wanted to put it into the record so that people could look it up. It's http, whatever, YouTube/BSCCPM. Is this right, Ron? This doesn't look right to me. Isn't there a CDM there?
If I may, it's not my website. I'd be happy to give you my website, though.
Your website's what we need.
No, this is, last year I walked north of the highway, all the flower streets, and I took photographs of each of the small cottages. And at that time, there was more than 50% of the cottages that were still saved. Probably now, 50% of them have been, to answer your question, have been replaced by the larger, bigger buildings, which is the next presentation on that. But this is certainly something that the Corona del Mar village area would really back, because they all scream and holler at the bigger buildings.
What is your website, Ron?
My website?
The one that shows the cottages.
That's the one that's on it's the very bottom of the last page of the handout that I did.
All right, we'll try and get that.
It's a YouTube slideshow of all the cottages. It's a little long because there's quite a few of them there and that. If I may say that the interesting thing about this situation is the parking. It's one of the most misused things that we have in our code, because the majority of the people never park in their garages. They park in the streets. So I think it's certainly worthwhile to let them do that. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. We just gave you a few opportunities. We will go into public comment if you wanted to come back up in a moment and speak during public comment. Any other questions, Ms. Brenner?
No,
that was it. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have
Just one. After hearing this, I would very much like us to at least explore the option of, if someone tears down their house and wants to put it back up, but only wants to take the same footprint, I think we ought to try to find a way to not require them to have 2 parking stalls, because that seems to be one of the biggest problems. Is when we do that, then they need to go up in order to get the same amount of living space. And so if we can find a way to preserve the smaller home feel by just incentivizing people through that process as well, obviously the normal building codes would be required. But what I'm saying is, if they tear it down, put it back up in the exact same square footage or within a certain percentage, we ought to find a way to allow for that.
That's the idea. That's a very good idea. Any other comments up here? Seeing none, let's go out to the public. We'll break up your presentation if you don't mind, Greg, just to kind of break up these 2 topics. Any comments on this part of the presentation? Mr. Yo, do you want to say anything else, or do you?
I'd just like to reiterate that this is a really good thing to do. It helps preserve the quality of life in our village. I live in one of these little small houses too, and my office is one. And I think it's a good thing to do, and I'd like to have it proceed as fast as possible too, even with the outreach. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Terry Jansen. I'm a past president of the Balboa Island Improvement Association. Mayor, council people, city staff, and Jeff, thanks for bringing this up. I think this is excellent. I'd like to go back to maybe 2012. Simone, when I believe, remember this. I headed a committee on Balboa Island because we were stuck with a requirement from FEMA that we could only spend a minimum amount to remodel our cottages. And thanks to Simone's hard work, he about doubled that number. And I believe, Mayor Dixon, you mentioned, does anybody know about the number of cottages that have been destroyed because they couldn't be rebuilt? When I started on that committee, we believe there were 5 on Balboa Island that were destroyed. So 5 people that may have wanted to keep those cottages were unable to do so. And one of those 5 people had to sell their house because they could not afford it. So, I think this proposal, and Mr. O'Neill, I agree with you. I think that would be a nice luxury to be able to build on that same footprint, but certainly to increase the number of square footage would be a tremendous help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tanya. My husband is Jim, and we are one of the people that own a little tiny home. Our house is, on a good day, 803 square feet. Sometimes it expands to 805, not quite sure why, but we work on inches. We have been approached several times to have someone buy our home and tear it down. We're emotionally attached. I love our little home. I mean, it's adorable and it's sweet and it's loving, but we do have a grandchild coming and we are busting at the seams. We do want to expand our home in a little bit, keep the same footprint. We do have the parking structure issues. So if we're not able to do it, we will be one of them that will tear the house down and rebuild and get the space that we need. So we're hoping that you guys agree and can help us out with this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Over here.
My name is Nancy Arachi, and I am very familiar with these cottages, and they're very charming. My main concern is that we, unfortunately, are living in an area, especially Balboa Island, the peninsula, that have extremely limited parking. And when I hear the presentation that these are cottages that perhaps have a one-car garage, an expansion would take them up to the possible need of having four-car parking. That means you've got 3 cars that are out on the street, which is difficult in these areas that are already overburdened by parking regulations. I also have one other concern. A lot of these cottages were either built on site or built elsewhere and moved to the site. And the point of that is that setbacks were not really worried about as much as they should have been. So now you've got houses that are too close to the side yard, their eaves hang over the property line. As you know, all of us now have to retain our water on our site, so not only are we planning to retain our own water, but now we've got a house that's illegal as far as setbacks. The eaves are facing over the property line and draining water from their property onto the adjacent property. So I would encourage you to think about those requirements as well. So those are, to me, very important requirements, especially on the peninsula. There are numerous houses that fall into that category. But I want to go back to the parking because the next item deals a lot with parking, and we're focusing on certain groups of people for using parking, yet thinking about allowing situations that would give us a deficit of 2 and 3 parking spaces for a property. So I think we need to be sensitive about all that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mark Becker, 28-year part-time resident of Newport, 10 years on Balboa Island, the last 18 at Peninsula Point. I, too, am in an original 1950s cottage at Peninsula Point, and I was in a 1920s home on Balboa Island. I'm here to speak about massing on this part 2, but I really felt compelled to support what is going on here. Anything we can do to help preserve the intimacy of Balboa Island and the uniqueness of it will go a long way. We're in kind of a dangerous situation that we'll address with the next part of this if we don't do something soon. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Afternoon, David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I live in a single-story house. I missed the beginning of this presentation, so if I'm a little off cue, excuse me in advance. I share the concern about massing. If you're going to...
We haven't done massing yet.
Okay.
This is just the first half related to cottage.
Okay, I share the concern to preserve the cottages in some way that the community can work with, and I fear that if buildings are allowed to be made bigger, that they're going to have a larger parking requirement, so some provision needs to be made so that they don't have a larger parking requirement if they're given some kind of benefit to be able to use their lot that they can't use. If there's some exception made to them, it should be something that doesn't make everyone else's parking worse. So again, I don't know if this is part of this, but I have a question, and that is, how will maximum building height limits be impacted by the revised flood levels? And I don't...
Okay, hold your thought there, and when we get to the second half of this presentation, that will be appropriate. Okay, thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward.
My name's Gary Cruz. I actually came here for the parking part, but I did have one question. It would help me think more about whether I'm in favor of this or not. I actually live in one of these, but I'm not going anywhere. A question is what if the house is not redeveloped by the original owner, but somebody buys that unit and they want to expand on the same footprint? Is that allowed? Would that be allowed? Am I making sense on that?
Well, let me just clarify. So you bought a home that is a cottage. You don't have to be, there's no requirement you have to be the, well, at least I don't think so, the original owner, correct? No.
Okay, because what my concern would be is, you know, no problem with someone living in a cottage needs another 250 square feet, but I might have a concern if somebody bought that cottage, tore it down and added 250 and brought in more people than are currently in that house. That's my concern, is if the number of people living in the house will grow from what is in there right now.
Well, I don't know if we could limit the number of people in a home, but Mr. Gregg or Mr. Georges, do you want to respond to that question?
So the zoning rules really, they don't recognize ownership. So if you wanted to sell, somebody else could come in and build to it, to the standards that are in place.
And there are no limits on the number of people?
That's correct.
All right, living in the home. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Yes, Council, my name is Andrew Getz. I'm a resident of Newport Beach, and I'm here on another issue, but I just want to bring up a logical point to the possibility of adding the 25% area, and that has to do with the valuation of the structure. A lot of times, if we're going to do a small addition, there would be an owner's going to fix up their electrical, fix up the plumbing. And so if there's a way to make this work, it's going to be very important to let that owner fix other parts of the house up, but not trigger a complete redo. And so I think it's a great concept, but the process has to be understood so that we're not forced to have to tear it down due to, you know, we've got our flood zones, plumbing, old electrical, because if you're going to add 200 square feet, you're going to fix up part of the house also. And so that automatically triggers more valuation, which triggers other issues. So I think that's a really important part to making all this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Karen Tringali, Corona Del Mar. Joy and Jeff probably remember, but in 2008, shortly after the general plan was updated, in 2006, all the zoning codes had to go through and be changed. And there were some real concerns about areas like Balboa Island and Corona Del Mar, increasing the building envelope to, it used to be called floor area ratio. I know it's something else now, 2.0. And so we worked very hard with the community in total in Corona Del Mar and the Planning Commission, the zoning people, and we ended up getting an exception to the 2.0 metric and retained the 1.5 building envelope metric. And so, and the reason for doing that at the time is we had just a groundswell of support for preserving the smaller format, the original cottage type of feel to the village. And so, you know, what all the things that we can do to continue to preserve that look and feel of the village is wonderful. Parking exceptions may be needed, but the other problem with the village streets is we constantly are getting questions about, can't we do this one-way streets, north of the highway, south of the highway, every other street, because of the parking congestion. It's impossible, as you know, to drive two cars side by side down many of our streets in the village. So parking, off-street parking exceptions will have to be balanced, I think, with the amount of congestions and the width of the streets and the size of the cars and everything else. So there's a lot of trade-offs that go into play when you consider these things. But at the end of the day, I think that if you were to do an outreach again in 2019, you would find a pretty strong support for the cottage community where we can preserve it. So.
All right, thank you very much. Next public comment, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, Denise Oberman. I think it's great to think about these cottages, and really it does relate to, it's kind of the flip side of the massing, and that is what can we do to accommodate people that don't want to max out the building envelope? And I think, you know, setting forth some standard, whether it's an already existing property or a new one, not essentially forcing people into saying we have to maximize the buildable area is a great idea. And I do think it's going to take a lot of consideration, but I don't feel, based on the kind of numbers that we're talking about, that creating an accommodation, the right size level for an additional parking, and maybe it's as simple as a function of having a street parking permit, can accommodate a smaller cottage. I mean, the reality is that those cottages aren't what's creating the parking problem or any of the other impacts, the traffic. It's the overbuilding. It's that excessive building envelope that we've allowed to creep up that I know we're talking about next. But I do encourage the idea of not disincentivizing people to keep smaller places and to build smaller. I mean, why do people have to feel that they have to max out the lot and push the thresholds of the heights and the setbacks and the ability of our streets to accommodate? So I'm looking forward to this, and I think this is the balancing effect in the overall zoning scheme that should be considered all together with an integrated look at what our total housing stock is and how it relates to both the neighborhood integrity and also in the look and feel and also the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, come back up here. Any other comments from the dais? Mr. Muldoon.
I just want to say, Councilman Herman, I think this is a great thing to bring forward. It's city government thinking in the right way, and as always, I'm impressed with the department, so thank you.
All right, why don't we continue on with the presentation and go to the massing discussion, please.
Part two. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So we'll move along here to the residential height and massing, and clearly there's a lot of folks here to speak on this issue, and it's something that's very visible in our community. So we're glad to be here to talk about it. So we're talking about the very same neighborhoods as we were last time. These are the higher density neighborhoods within the community. They're the small lots, and as many folks have already mentioned, when people buy these lots and they redevelop them, they build to the maximum height, they build to the maximum floor area. In this part of town, it's pretty rare that somebody doesn't get really darn close to maxing it out. We're surprised. Sometimes us planners will pull somebody else and go, hey, somebody's only building a story and a half over here. They're not maxing out. We're like, wow. So anyway, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a history because as one of the Ms. Tringali mentioned, back in 2006 when we updated the general plan, following that was the update to the zoning code because I had to implement a lot of new policies in the general plan. And for a long time, people were concerned, residents, designers, architects, staff, about the zoning code standards related to height and square footage and grade. And the height was really one that we wanted to take a look at. So back then, there was a committee created for the zoning code update. There were 3 planning commissioners, 3 city council persons, local design professionals, city staff, and we all put our heads together and we spent a lot of time, a lot of meetings, like trying to figure out how can we resolve this or make it better. So what we wanted to do, these are some of the goals. We wanted simpler code language because people had a hard time designing to the old zoning code standards. We were measuring height at midpoints and doing imaginary planes of roof projections to midpoints and trying to measure grade from a lot that was, not even and not level. And that would lead to design flexibility and easier design for a lot of the professionals and the homeowners who did want to design a nice home. From a staff level, it would prove to provide a faster plan check. So right now, on a flat lot in Corona del Mar or Balboa Island, somebody that's maxing out, it'll take staff on the first round, probably about 2 hours, depending on the knowledge of that particular staff member. Before the code update, it was taking 4, sometimes more, to verify that that house was really 3,528 square feet, or the midpoint of that house was no more than 24 feet. And you had to check sometimes multiple midpoints, roof planes. Sometimes there was 20 of them you had to check, and it was very time-consuming and very laborious. The other issue, which is very important, was to create no non-conforming structures. So think of having a box that all the old homes fit into. Well, we wanted to create a box that the new homes would fit into and the old homes would fit into, because we didn't want to create any non-conformities, because there were so many homes that were built under the old rules. So the last goal, and this one has a question mark, we wanted them to result in similar size homes, and I think maybe that's why we're here today. So we've had several hundred homes built under the new code, and so it's been, what has it been? This will be its 9th year that code was implemented, so this is a good time to look at that. So moving on to, like I said, the crash course or a refresher course for some in some of the major design standards for these homes. So slope roof is 29 feet max, and if you look at this home, that feature up there where I'm pointing with the mouse, if you can see it, that would be at 29 feet with this little 3 and 12 roof pitch, which isn't much of a slope. The flat roof height and deck rail height is 24 feet, so we have a little deck here, so that's, I would imagine, right about 24 feet. And then one thing that we did in the 2010 code was, the old code, the way it was designed, the complicated way we measured height, oftentimes it forced those third stories kind of toward the middle of the home. So we said, well, what can we do instead of having these complex designs and these crazy ways to measure height? Well, we thought, well, why don't we just push the third floor back? So we have this thing called a 15-foot additional setback, and that setback is not from the property line, but from the setback line. So if you have a 5-foot setback, which it might be on this home here, that third story is pushed back 15 feet from that 5-foot line, or 20 feet. So on the back side, this is clearly much more. So this is, when I'm looking back and all the discussions we had with all these great designers and community members and council people and commissioners, this home right here, when I stumbled across it, it's a newer home. I'm like, that's one that kind of, I imagined, would be built back then. So before I move on, these rules apply almost everywhere in those parts of town. However, they don't apply to narrow R2 lots, and those are lots that are 25 feet wide or less, because at the time the code writers and the policymakers decided, well, hey, maybe we should give them a little more flexibility, because 25-foot lot, when you add in the side setbacks, you're looking at a 19-foot wide building. So let's maybe give them a little more flexibility with their third floors. And they also don't apply to Balboa Island, interesting enough. At that time, there was a lot of discussion, and we decided to leave Balboa Island alone, and they would just proceed forward with the new rules without these additional setbacks, or I passed one up to the third floor store limitation. So that's why the third floor is pretty small. They're limited to, say, 15 or 20% of what you might see on the first story, and that's depending on the lot size.
Greg, can I just clarify?
Yes.
So you're saying that the new zoning code that was adopted in 2010 during this update process does not apply to Balboa Island? Did I hear that correctly?
The new code applies, but the 15-foot additional setback does not apply, and the third story floor area limit does not apply. So oftentimes those third stories are smaller because there is a floor area limit on the homes, and so the first floor is going to be pretty much full, setback to setback. The second story is often the same, and so the third stories turn out sometimes to be smaller. Not always the case, and I'll get to some of the unintended consequences of these rules and as we proceed forward. So anyway, that's the kind of the crash course of the basics of the zoning rules for these areas. So now this slide shows some examples of some things we didn't expect, the unintended consequences we call them, and these are third story covered decks. And so our code says, what's floor area, what's an open area, And basically what the code says is an area that's open or not floor area is open on one side or open to the sky. In these cases, for example, that home right there, it's open on two sides, kind of sort of open on two sides, but it qualifies, so it's not floor area. So guess what? That 15-foot additional setback does not apply to that structure. And that's the same with that covered patio there, and that's the same with that, I think, semi-enclosed, which has recently been a closed third story.
Was that approved during the inspection process, that lower right-hand one?
Well, I think the lower right-hand one, if you look closely, was originally approved with those, I mean, they're basically the size of window openings, with the openings. And if you look closely, you can see there's a glass guard there toward the bottom. Mm-hmm. You pointed that there? Yeah, sorry, I think Simone. Oh. So there's a glass guard there, and in this particular case, it looks like they added some, vinyl shutters or something. And that, that's not common, but it's not rare either. So it does happen, and
it was not intended to be included in.
Right.
Okay.
And that there is even a code violation because if you look at the drawings for this home and some of these other ones that have done, gone the extra mile and went ahead and enclosed them. Planning staff is very cognizant. On the plans, they write open. So if there's a code enforcement case, they can go to the plans, show the property owner and say, hey, this was approved for these to be open and not enclosed. But again, I'm sure it's very tempting for the property owners to, hey, I have this nice room, but hey, in the winter it's cold. I want to, use it and still be warm. And so like I said, I don't think this is an uncommon thing that happens. So another issue is the RM zoning district. So that's the multi-unit or multi-family residential zoning district. And those rules do not apply here as well. Now, most folks think of the RM zoning districts, that's where you have your apartment complexes and things, your larger developments, big multi-family developments. However, there are some most of them are remnants of an old R3 zoning code that was intended for triplexes. And if you see on the lower map there, I know it's kind of small, but I think everyone can see the dark brown. I believe that was an old R3 zone, which is now an RM zone. And driving down that street, I mean, a lot of people use that street. It's Marguerite. There's a light. It's an easy street for everyone to get up and down. And it's a little wider than some of the others. So along that street, there's a lot of these little single-story triplexes, but there's also this building here that's in the two photographs. And that building was built to code because the RM doesn't have to adhere to the 15-foot step backs. There's no third floor area limit, and the height limit is 33 feet, so a full 4 feet taller than the surrounding R1 and R2 neighborhoods.
Well, let me just clarify. So is this a single-family residence?
This particular one is a duplex.
So, but it's built within the envelope of an R3 or an R2 structure.
So the R1s and the R2s have the same envelope, and Balboa Island is actually called RBI. It's a little bit different, but they have the same. Their envelope's a little different. The other R1s and R2s are a little different. Some parts of town, you have more floor area. For example, on the peninsula, there's more floor area allowed than there is in Corona Del Mar.
But this is the same floor area as a RM.
This would be the same floor area. The RM floor area is the same as the Corona Del Mar R1 or R2 floor area, but there's the taller height limit. As you can see, there's a lot of decks and open areas on here, so I think that adds some bulk to the structure because although they're limited to the same floor area, they have greater height, but that enabled them to put a lot more open outdoor living areas on that third floor in particular.
And Madam Mayor, if I may add, so it's not unusual, and we've seen this before, where you have a property that's zoned for multi-units, so 3 or 4 units, and a developer or even a property owner, they would come and buy it and remodel the apartment building and convert it to a single-family dwelling. And they get that benefit of actually a larger structure. It looks like a house, and people question and ask us, why is that house so big and so out of character? Well, it's really because it's on a multifamily zone, and that standard for a single-family home, because it's on the RM zone, is bigger and more mass, and it's allowed by code.
So was that deliberate in the 2010 process, or is this like an unintended consequence that was not anticipated? Was that the intent?
I don't think it was addressed. I don't know if it was intended that or if it was an oversight. I think the RM zone was always a little bit quirkier than the other ones. They all have their quirks, but I think that one was a little quirkier, and I think the focus was on the R1 and R2. And there's not a lot of these RM properties that are the same size as an R1 or R2 property. There's these ones here. There's some on the peninsula. I think there might be a couple on Balboa Island. Over off of like Carnation and Seaview and Corona Del Mar, there's some kind of tucked back there. But I think maybe just an oversight more than any.
Well, you will know the answer to this better than I, but just in my observational cursory reviews, every time your department issues a zoning hearing notice, and I go through these and I open up all the proposed projects, and I see a lot. Now, I don't want to quantify, but there are a lot of multi or RM or R2 units being scraped for a single-family home on the peninsula. I always look and see District 1. And I see every zoning hearing, there's about 6 or 7 of them.
And that is correct. There is a lot of redevelopment occurring on the peninsula. You're right.
And these units in particular are being scraped for a single-family home. And when you look at it, you think, well, that's good. That we're bringing more single-family homes into the community. But I did not realize until I've been seeing this that they're being large. They're the same size as an RM multi-unit structure. Yeah, okay. Big. All right.
So like the cottages, we spent some time discussing, well, what can we do? Actually, we've probably been thinking about this, planners off and on over the years, what we can do. One of them is to change the definition of an open area and to put more thought into that and really require it to be open. Whether that's there's a couple sections with fences and walls where we require a certain percentage of the structure to be open. So maybe that's something we can look at here instead of we're just kind of giving it the old the thumb test, so to speak, on whether or not those window openings or those other openings are truly open or not. Another idea, of course, is to apply those third floor setbacks, those additional setbacks, and the third floor floor area limits to places like Balboa Island and even the smaller R2 lots and the RM zone. One of the photographs I had on there was, if you recall, it was one of the ones with the third floor open deck built to the property line. That was a small R2 lot that was 25 feet wide, so that one didn't have to comply with that additional setback. And then,
would you put a height? Would you recommend a height limit so that if I understand this correctly, the RM structures had a higher height limit?
I think we'd have to look at that, but maybe that's something considered when the RM lot isn't really when the size of the RM lot is similar to an R1 or R2 lot. Now we might want to keep those same heights for truly where an apartment complex is. But for these smaller lots, maybe we do want to consider bringing that down a little bit. And then finally, the other one is consider applying those third floor setbacks to all roofed and covered, decks. Things that are covered, things that will bring the bulk and massing to the front of the lot or to the alley. Push it back so the pedestrian can't see it, so it's more of a pedestrian scale. And there's some other things that can be done. There's something that's called a setback plane, and that's essentially where if you have a box and you create a 45-degree angle at the front and the rear of your box, that'll also keep the building edges to coming straight out to that setback line. So that's another option as well, and I know there's some of those that favor that, and that was actually something we looked back at way at 2008, 2009 as a potential option. So that's another option there. And so like the last one, if we were to go forward with this, it would take an initiation of Title 20. We don't think it would require Title 21 approval because we think that anything we do here would result in homes that comply with what's already in Title 21. So they would, by default, they would comply because these would be these regulations would be little more restrictive than what's in Title 21. So I don't believe we have to go to Coastal Commission. And like the other one, we'd want to do some outreach, of course, with the public design professionals. And then, of course, there'd be public hearings with the Planning Commission and City Council. So that includes our remarks for now, and of course, available for any questions or thoughts.
Well, thank you. Very complete on both these important topics that I appreciate staff, we all appreciate staff bringing them back, kind of a looking back and seeing is this what the prior council really intended by these changes? Mr. Herdman.
Greg, I don't know if I heard this or not in your presentation, but I know one of the concerns expressed to me is that sheer wall that is 3 stories high next to a 1-story cottage. I know you talked about setbacks front and back, but I don't know if you talked about setbacks on the sides of the home in order to prevent that 3-story sheer wall. Did you talk about that?
No, I did not talk about that, and that is another, there are a lot of very nuanced and there's a lot of details in the code, and that's another one. So lots that are 40 feet wide or greater, they require a 2-foot side yard setback, just similar to the 15-foot one. But again, that's based on the definition of area or floor area. So there's a peculiar thing in there is when the homes are designed, and there's a good reason for it, and they design their staircase all the way up to the 3rd floor, well, technically the staircase is only counted as floor area on the 1st floor. Staircases and even elevators. So the 2nd floor, the staircase doesn't count as floor area, and the 3rd floor, the staircase doesn't count as floor area. So since it's technically not floor area, then it's not required to have that 2-foot additional setback.
So it's just 2 feet of a setback?
2 feet on the side. So if it's a 4-foot side yard setback, they'd have to comply with that at the 1st and 2nd floors, and then the setback would be 6 feet for the 3rd floor.
So, 6 feet, so it would go back.
Right.
So you're saying that the staircase may be the reason for that 3-story sheer wall?
It could be.
Oftentimes is.
It could be on the side, yes. The sides, I don't think were affected as much with the code rewrite as the old code. So you'll see even the older buildings, the pre-2010 buildings, often have that wall that goes straight up on the side.
Did you have another question?
No, thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
Greg, would you go to your first slide that you have in your presentation that's showing the picture? Like this one, yes, right here. One of the things that I hear continual complaints about, and I'm sure you hear them all the time also, is how can that, I still think in terms of buildable square footage, 1.5 or 2 times buildable. And this complies with the 1.5 times buildable, basically, correct?
So this particular example is from the Balboa Peninsula. It's down toward Peninsula Point. And so on the peninsula, Balboa Peninsula, West Newport, those homes are 2.5 times the buildable area. Or I'm sorry, not 2.5. 2 times the buildable area.
They are.
And so the buildable area, just to remind everyone, it's the area of the lot minus the setback area. So think of a rectangle within a rectangle. You multiply that area by a factor. In this case, it's by 2. And that's your floor area limit, we call it, because it's technically not a floor area ratio. So in this particular case, if they have 2 times the buildable area, you can see pretty good here that there's a couple open decks in the area on the 1st floor, and then things like that staircase that doesn't count for 2 floors. You add those up, and look, lo and behold, you have enough square footage to put your little 3rd floor up there.
I don't know if you have one showing 2 times or 1.5 times buildable in Corona Del Mar. Do you have any slide that shows that?
I don't think I have Corona Del Mar. And Corona Del Mar is interesting, like you said, it's 1.5 times the buildable area. But the houses still all look the same.
The houses in Corona Del Mar that are 1.5 times buildable look almost exactly like this.
Right.
And that's the frustration I hear so often from people in my district is how can that possibly be 1.5 times buildable?
Right. So in this example here, if you take that 3rd floor area and you divide up that floor area, you plug it into all the open areas, you get 2 stories, 2 times the buildable area, 2 stories. 1.5 is interesting. They have to get the designers are really creative, and the code is what the code is, and so people use the code. The thing is if you have people call it vaulted ceiling or clerestory ceiling, that's 2 floors. From the outside, it looks like 2 stories, but it's only counted as one floor area 1 time. So, and you'll see that on Balboa Island as well, Mr. Herdman.
That's
Balboa
significant.
Island's 1.5 as well, plus some additional for the parking.
When we're talking about massing, that's a big factor then. The two-story interior.
The two-story interior.
Yeah.
And
You had a picture, maybe it was an earlier draft, it was a Corona Del Mar neighborhood with all one story and then this skyscraper is kind of in the middle of the block. Do you still have that one? Maybe not.
is it that one there in the lower left corner?
I thought it was massier than that, but is that the one I'm looking? Ms. Brenner, is that what? Is that it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Avery.
Oops, wrong way.
So in the RM district, and particularly the one there, no, that's not it. Yeah. So the max height here is 34 feet, right?
33 feet.
33.
Correct.
And this one's at 33?
Correct.
Plus. It could be a single-family home, or if there's someone with an R3 apartment building, they could go up the same, right?
That's correct. So the RM here would allow 1 unit, single family, a duplex, or 3 units.
Right. So as things develop, and especially investors come in, they're going to build to that height. So it's really not. I mean, it's striking when it's next to a small triplex, but obviously this is all going to get redeveloped to about that limit, right? Unless we revise it here. But was there a good reason to revise it, I wonder? To bring it down?
Well,
From a community standards sort of thing when you're in this sort of triplex area?
Well, if you're in this particular area there, if they all were built to this standard, then they'd all, of course, blend in a little bit better. So
right.
It's kind of a policy question on these smaller RM lots. Like I said, this lot here is very similar size to the other R1 and R2 lots that have the lower height limit there in Corona Del Mar. Yet it has a little bit of a bonus for the density for the extra unit,
right?
And then also for the height limit.
Right, but if you took off, but this top floor is not, a part of it's probably is habitable.
That's correct. A lot of that area, as you can see here, even on the front picture, then down below in the back, because the RM in Corona Del Mar is also limited to that 1.5 times the buildable area for floor area. So this particular home, it does have a lot of open spaces, a lot of open decks. They filled up their building envelope box pretty well with that stuff, but their floor area is still at that 1.5 times the buildable.
And how far down could it go before you would basically negate being able to put a total third floor across there?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
So if you lowered the height to a certain point, the third floor wouldn't be possible in this manner with a full deck, with a full roofing over the top.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I think that starts getting into, you got your ceiling heights being lower,
right.
Because a lot of those third floors, I'm sure many of you have been up there. Some of them are quite short as far as the ceiling height.
So it would be for all these property owners, it would be a fairly large delta if it was dropped to the point where the next guy comes along, he can't achieve this. He's limited really to 2 floors of this sort of total covered livable area.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, can I just do a follow-up question just to clarify? So what is the building height for an R1 home?
So R1 is 29 feet to the top of a sloped roof, and it's 24 feet to a flat roof or to a deck rail. So when you see all the roof decks, those are 24 feet.
So during the code revision process, was it contemplated, the intent was if an R1 home was built on an RM lot, that it would not conform to R1 height limits?
I don't recall that, and the code wasn't changed for that. The code kept the RM height limits in the RM zones.
So that's one of the reasons we're seeing this inconsistency. And I just have a question. Why is is this a discretionary decision in the zoning code to exclude the staircase from the floor area ratios?
That is, a historical zoning code, historical Newport Beach zoning code, and that was carried forward. Going forward, because I think what would happen too is, remember, we wanted to not create more non-conforming structures, and so if we started adding that back into floor area, all those homes that were previously built that were maxed out, they become non-conforming because we're all of a sudden counting those stairs.
I see. Okay, Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I'm involved in a community that has a method of breaking up this flat wall look, if you will. I think the intent, I know the intent in the community I'm involved with is to not have boxes, so I don't think this will work. I've been thinking a lot about it just in the last 5 minutes. But you take one of these white homes that you've been putting up on the wall here, and you see these huge walls that are flat. I think that the homes in Newport are all too skinny for this, but I thought I'd throw it out. What we have to do if we're going to design and build a home in this particular community is you can't go more than 15 feet, and then you have to turn. You can turn a foot or 2 feet, and then you have to go, so it breaks it up. You know what I mean, Simone? I don't think it would work here because it'd be hard to decorate your home and your sofa's in the way of a corner. But it did, I can tell you that it did work in the community I'm talking about. The homes have a lot of character. They're not boxes, but they have a bigger lot. So.
And they have, are you trying to say, I've learned this term in these discussions, design articulation, so there are more edges.
Yeah.
Simone has taught me that word.
Right.
Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
That is correct. It's an articulation requirement.
Okay.
That the HOA has.
So I doubt.
That's what you're doing in your community.
Yeah.
You require articulation.
And there's a standard called open volume in our code, and it requires a certain amount of area, cubic feet. So there is a little bit of breakup. So, for example, though, that deck there, either one of those decks in this photograph, that would qualify as open volume. And there's a minimum amount of that required, but it's not that much. And again, there's the discussion of these narrow lots. It's hard to provide maybe that articulation or modulation there on some of these properties.
Okay, any other speakers up here? Ms. Brenner?
One more thing. I would really like us to look at those two-story open, whatever you...
The vaulted ceilings.
Yes, right. Because if we counted that as square footage, it's not actually, to take it away would not be taking away livable space from those people, but it would be requiring people to do less of the big box type construction. So I'd like to have us look at that and see if that's something that we could do. And also the stair, I know it would create non-conforming units, but it seems like the stairs should be counted.
Yeah, I see your point. Any other questions before we go to the public? So let's open it up for public comment. Please come forward. State your name.
Mayor, Councilman, my name is Ron Yo, Corona Del Mar, and I'd like to address my comments on the R2 units in Corona Del Mar. And before I do that, just to clarify, this particular building on Marguerite, one of the reasons it's so tall is the lowest floor is about 400 square feet of open area. So it's almost like a garage you can't drive into. So that just raises this whole thing up. So it's kind of a unique way of them being able to expand. Anyway, I handed out a 3-page little pamphlet for you to give you a little history, a little bit further than staff did, but way back when the city had an issue with little cottages being built on alleys and a big front yard, and so they passed an ordinance and a zoning code that you couldn't do that, and a lot of them didn't have parking either.
And so it's been interesting the last 56 years that I've been in Corona del Mar, watching the zoning code change to approach the issues of the day. And we've come a long ways from the little tiny cottage in the rear. On the second page at the top, the 1.5 times the buildable, the intent at that time was kind of naive, but it was when UCI was being built and there were a lot of students coming out in garage apartments. The context was to have a one-story building in the front and a garage apartment on the top. And in the 70s, we had a big building boom of box structures that were pretty basic, stucco and ugly. And they started growing up into the 2-story range, and they were blocking out the sun and light to the little cottages below. And a group of architects got together to try and figure out how you could maintain solar access to that. And we came up with a little formula of sloping roofs and a variety of things. And staff took a look at that and said, we're never going to be able to review that. It's too complicated. And they were probably right. So then that's where the 1.5 started to change over to, the 24-foot average height limit was basically a 2-story buildings. There were no, as far as I know, there was no 3rd story. So when they changed it in the code to go to the maximum height of 29 feet, that's when you started getting the 3rd story buildings. And all of the photographs in the handout are in Corona del Mar, and those on the second page show what it looks like on those 3rd stories. And one of the problems with the 3rd stories, which the staff showed some of that, is that people put in curtains and blinders and windows. And my last comment would be that the biggest improvement to all of this bulk thing would be to add in any covered deck area as square footage as part of the requirement. And that would eliminate a lot of the bulk and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Mark Becker. As I mentioned, I've lived part-time in Newport for 28 years. I've actually worked in Newport for 39 years for various architects, and I'm a design professional, designed maybe 50, 60 houses here part-time. I split between Northern California and here. The 3rd-story massing has become a huge problem. I'm approached by clients all the time. I don't get a lot of projects because I refuse. I'm one of the rare guys that won't max out a lot. We're doing an oceanfront that's maybe 1,700 feet right now. I'm all more about open space. I think this is a very simple problem that could be addressed just with, as Greg mentioned at the end of his presentation, with a setback plane, literally 20, 22 feet all the way around the perimeter, 45 degrees up to the height limit, and just creating open space at the roof area. That's number one. I think Mr. McDonald also mentioned something with articulating spaces. Of course, in a number of jurisdictions, the walls, even on tight lots, are limited to 30, 35 feet, and they're forced to jog in a few feet to create a little bit of articulation. None of this affects square footage. I actually don't think that there should be square footage limitation differential between 3rd, 2nd, and 3rd floor. I think it's all about massing. It doesn't matter to me whether you have 3 floors as long as you're within an envelope. The problem is the envelope is being with 3-story walls or the covered roof planes over the decks. It's just destroying the intimacy of our neighborhood. Just today, I turned in a house renovation on the oceanfront for a client whose privacy, they have a 1-story house with a courtyard, and it was completely obliterated by a 3rd-story covered roof, just like one of these pictures, looking down in their courtyard. So what did I have to do? A domino effect. We've now created a 3-story tower to block that view so they have their privacy. They didn't want to spend $1 million to do this. So what's happening is we're becoming Marina Del Rey, literally. I mean, everywhere you go, and you mention, well, 3-story, then somebody else will go 3-story, and pretty soon everybody is maxing out. So my My preference is to see straight up massing envelope all the way around. Whatever they get in their square footage, that's fine, but I think it preserves light and open and air into other neighbors' houses. Again, my property on Bellevue Lane, I'm coming in with a 20-foot wall 3 feet from the property line just because of all my privacy, because I'm trying to keep a backyard. But I have air conditioning that's bouncing off their 3-story building into my yard, so I literally have to now, again, build something just to preserve my privacy and my space. So I agree, at a minimum, there should be no 3rd-story roofs allowed in the first 15 feet. I think the 3rd story should be pushed back to 20 at the front and back setback. I think there's still more than enough room to get your maximum square footage. And I think the side yard should be limited to 20 to 25 feet with a 45-degree angle and design within that envelope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Vicki Swanson, and I'm a 30-year resident of Newport Beach, first on Balboa Island for 13 years, and now in Corona Del Mar, in the home I purchased for 17. I'm very sad, because when I bought this home in Corona Del Mar, I thought this was my forever home. And with all the mansionization going on, I don't feel that way anymore. I'm looking down in San Clemente, because I'm about the end of my tether, to be honest with you. So, that's up the street from me. So, a house got built two doors down from me, 3 stories. I now get no sun in my front patio. So there's a notion in the law called quiet enjoyment. And I feel that, other people being able to, maximize these houses up to 3 stories, which is an increase since I bought my home, right? I now don't get to enjoy my home the way I thought I was going to be able to enjoy it. And that's sad. That we're kind of forcing people to make these decisions. I don't want to spend $1 million. I don't have $1 million to spend. So my choice is to pick up my Tinker Toys and likely go home somewhere else, because my home on Marguerite is not going to be it anymore. And that's just sad. And I just would like you all to consider that as you consider that 3rd story and what that does to the little first, 1-story cottage next door to it. And especially if you wind up a 1-story cottage between 2 of those. You're in a tunnel, and that's not an enjoyable spot to be. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Council, my name is Andrew Getz, resident of Corona Del Mar, and very familiar with the 3rd floor and the cabanas and the impact on the massing. I think something that Greg said at the beginning was the unintended consequences of the code update. And I recently just saw a project that basically went up to the 3rd floor, took a ridge 100 feet long right down the center, and it's not going to probably be the most aesthetic looking house in the neighborhood. But trying to split the water here, my opinion is part of what Councilman Herdman said is the wall area, the height of the wall going up relevant to the setback line. If there is going to be a cabana or some outside living area on the 3rd floor, the way to help manage that would be not to have it enclosed on one side only or 2 side onlys. Those just open the door for abuse, and we've seen the pictures of people enclosing it. The key would be to minimize the wall area around the cabana. And if you have a railing that's open, well, then you're standing 21 or 22 feet in the air. That's somewhat reasonable. And if you have a light roof structure above it, that's a big difference than going 30 feet up or 28 feet straight up. So I think if we're going to look at modifying the unintended consequences, then part of the goal would be to just look at the wall height relevant to the roof, or perhaps limit the amount of proportionate ridge area that sit on the lot. Those could be a couple ways you could still design it and still have it open. But that's where your mass will help feel better, is pulling the wall underneath the roof down. And so there's just a couple of constructive comments, because people are always trying to get every inch of it, and it's no secret that these cabanas can be an eyesore up there. And so I'm just offering another possibility of making a suggestion on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Denise Oberman. I'll run out in the 3 minutes. I wanted to say a few words about the 210. I'll continue at another time because this is a very important issue for a number of reasons. What happened in 210 was a number of things. One is that the city embarked on a very slippery slope. There was a decision to essentially to codify things that were going on through variance. One of those had to do with height. And there's been a sequence of gamesmanship that's been going on since 2010. I'll just give one example. The mean elevation. So if you go into a single block, you'll have one owner or developer that'll declare a mean elevation of 5 feet, and then they'll apply whatever the height limitation is to that. 2 doors down, you'll have somebody else that'll declare a mean elevation of 13 feet. Well, what's the difference? There's no adjustment for the net height in the ground. So they apply the same ceiling maxes, and there's no controls at the city as to what's the appropriate mean elevation. So there's no standard there. I'll give you another example, and I think all these ideas about the wall and everything are great. Another area where there's been a very slippery slope and variances have gotten codified is a very important area, and that has to do with setbacks. Front, rear, and side setbacks. So it used to be in most residential areas for the quote-unquote conventional lot. And I'm speaking to all those non-master plan subdivision areas, which are a majority of our population in Newport, by the way, all those areas that were listed there. So we used to have 3-foot setbacks on each side. There used to be a 3-foot setback in the rear. And then the front was a little bit more ambiguous and it had been more discretionary. So what's happened is there were a number of reasons for that 3-foot setback. One was that the American Planning Association had established that for aesthetics, for light, for adequate clearance for fire and life safety operators to be able to take a ladder and go up with equipment to get to a second story. So there was a lot of rationale under that very simple standard of 3 feet. So what happened? So there are a lot of variances going on in the rear setback. So as a result of that, it made its way to city code without a lot of public vetting, without any really, to 0 rear setback. So what happened? You have streets that basically cannot, even with those setbacks, couldn't accommodate the 28 feet required for a fire truck to turn. So now we've got even more of a situation where fire trucks can't turn in those streets, in those rear alleys that are in Corona del Mar, Peninsula, Lido, Balboa Island, you name it, that's where they are. The other thing with the side setbacks is that it went from 2 3-foot or 36-inch sidebacks to, well, maybe there is one setback that can have a chimney in it or something else. Didn't matter. Bottom line of it is there are a lot of issues with encroachments. We don't have adequate fire and life safety clearance. I would like from staff to know exactly what the clearances are now, because I've talked to 7 people and I get 7 different answers about what the clearances are. So we do have a problem, and I would ask the city to look at this broad issue. It relates to massing, it relates to safety, it relates to aesthetics, and there's no reason we need to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Hi, good afternoon. David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. When Newport Beach and the county was being developed, the planning guidance was to go to the mid-range of the density. Nobody was thinking they're going to build to the maximum that could be built. It was the mid-range. The mitigation on builders was for the mid-range in terms of storm drains, road widths, everything like that. We live in a different world right now, and what we're seeing is that near the beach, where the values are high, it's as much massing as you can get, and you're trying to make it, if you're the property owner, you're the builder, you're trying to make it look as aesthetically pleasing as possible. That's the reality that we have. The codes we have are the codes we have. What's being built, you're seeing, is what's being built. So I would ask that if you look at doing things, don't make it any worse. Look at it, have your staff analyze it. We have very good staff, and have them say, what aren't we looking at here? How can this be taken advantage of to make this worse? I happen to be someone, I have a one-story house, but I'm for property rights, and I wouldn't mind having the same rights as someone else that's built one of these houses that I don't like, but perhaps that's something from an economic standpoint I'd like to have. So I think that's something I'd like this city to look at, is to take a look at worst case. What can they make of this? Because we're probably going to have to give the same property rights that we've given to others to those in the future. I don't know how we take away your ability to build. So that's a concern I have, and I think there are going to be justifiable reasons where we have to help some people to preserve some of these cottages, and if there are unintended consequences that are negative to the community, I think we have a tremendous city attorney and tremendous staff, and perhaps there's some kind of deed restrictions that we can place on that variance, whatever it is we're giving that property owner, that will prevent those negative things from happening on this property in perpetuity. So they just don't sell it and somebody else comes in and takes advantage of it. So a couple other things is if you don't have enough to worry about, and that is how are we going to deal with height limits? How are we going to address that for sea level rise, for the new flood rate? Obviously, it's going to impact some people that when they, however they are dealing with it, that's going to impact some other people. The other people that are going to be impacted by a building that's 5 feet higher in front of them or something like that, they might say, the city might say, well, you can build 5 feet higher. Well, that's going to cost them money and take them time and effort to do that they might not have. So where did the dominoes stop on this? That's a concern I have, and it's kind of related to this, perhaps not directly, but I think that's something we're going to have to deal with. And finally, I'll wrap it with this. I see what appears to be more and more single-family homes rented as duplex units, Airbnb rentals, etc. And I'd like the city to make it clear to the residents what the rules, the programs are in place to permit such uses, and oppositely, what rules and programs are in place to enforce the illegal conversions of these, because they're affecting parking. More mass on buildings affects parking. So I just see that as a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please come forward.
My name is Linda Watkins, and I live in a gate-guarded community that is a zero lot line as well. And we have a mansion in our midst now. In the last 2 years, a very large home has been built on the street below me. We all wondered how in the world it got built, how they could get through all that. Our ARC committee decided that they were asleep at the switch, and so now the community has hired, is going to hire an architect to look at the plans in any kind of future remodel or anything like that. They even were able to cut away half of the bank to have enough space to build this house. We have nicknamed it the apartment house, those of us in the neighborhood. How did it happen? I don't know, really. I'm sitting here listening, to everything tonight, wondering how in the world it happened. Maybe the flexibility that got built in 2010 is why. Certainly, the builder knew to manipulate the system. That's for sure. And I think we've reached a place where we need to set some limits. So I don't know why we need 3-story homes sitting at the beach. I don't know why we need to encroach on our neighbors, other than greed. So I would like you to consider really tightening the zoning in Newport. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. Regarding the long, sheer, unarticulated walls that some of you expressed concern about, the code that the staff has been telling you about the amount of floor area allowed on third floors and how it's supposed to be set back, is part of one section of the code, which currently applies just to some areas, and as they were suggesting, perhaps should be extended to Balboa Island, perhaps to smaller lots and so forth. There's actually, I want you to be sure you are aware that there's actually a second part to that same section of the current zoning code, which is called design criteria, which actually apply to all 1 and 2 family homes throughout Newport Beach, all areas of the city. And it has rules in it that address things like that. It says to the planning staff that long, unarticulated exterior walls are to be discouraged on all structures. Massing is supposed to be reduced by incorporating appropriate design elements, variation in wall planes. Upper floors are to be set back and so forth. But this although it applies throughout the city, it has a very strange beginning to it. It says the review of projects under this subsection is ministerial and will occur during the building permit plan and building permit issuance process. Ministerial means something that there's no judgment involved on the part of the city planning staff. So you're supposed to be able to look at that and say, the plan conforms or it doesn't conform. Yet everything listed here is a judgment call. So there's obviously something doesn't work about this section. They're being told to apply the standards, but the standards are not clear. Whether something complies or not, you have to make a judgment. So you might want to inquire of the staff how these design criteria that we already have citywide are currently being applied, and perhaps that section also needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Hi, Karen Tringali, Corona Del Mar. I just wanted to share a comment that we got today from our Corona Del Mar Residents Association email. It was from a woman who moved here in the 70s to the Crown of the Sea. Corona Del Mar. It was beautiful, loved it. And she said over the next 30 or so years, it became Condo Del Mar. And today she views it as Concrete Del Mar. And I just thought that was just such an insightful concept, because when we look at a building that is zoned RM but is built as if it were an R1, that just flies in the face of what our communities and our neighborhoods are. I mean, it just, when you buy 2 or 3 contiguous lots and you build a single structure on there, and instead of having setbacks for 3 different buildings, you now have 1 building across the 3 lots. Again, it just flies in the face of this particular neighborhood and community. When you buy a home in a view-protected community, even though the city has a code that says you can go 27 feet, the likelihood is you're constrained in that community, which you chose to buy, to maintain a lower height limit to preserve views. So there are HOAs that are able to enforce tighter limits to preserve their neighborhoods. So I think as we look all across Newport Beach, there are maybe opportunities that we can do that as well by adjusting codes for certain neighborhoods to preserve their historical character and quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward. All right, coming back to the dais. Well, this has really been a worthwhile discussion, and one that touches so many important parts of our city and our older communities. So let me try to summarize where we are. I think most importantly, if you go to the end of one of the presentations where you talk about next steps, is the outreach, going to public and design professionals and residents, the public, I guess that's what you're saying, the public and design professionals. We clearly have to have more outreach. So I guess I'll, and with the concurrence of my colleagues, say that is action item number 1, to design a process that both the cottage issue and the massing issue we can look to zoning, potential zoning amendments, but through the community engagement process. That's first and foremost. We might have to have a series of, just like we do a lot of different things, as you've been doing on other projects where we have local neighborhood village meetings around the city. I think we have heard loud and clear today that we need to look at some controls. I'm interested with Mr. Mosier's observation of current design standards in the code and how those are applied, and maybe they just need to be, instead of ministerial, they need to be looked at in terms of if they're required. But I think we need to get a confirmation or affirmation from the community and the residents of these neighborhoods that they're interested in returning to the original culture of their neighborhoods, and through perhaps some unintended actions created these unintended consequences. We're seeing our neighborhoods dramatically change in front of our very eyes. Particularly, the one that concerns me the most is the RM becomes an R1, and that wasn't really addressed. Ms. Brenner, do you want to add to any other follow-up questions or actions?
I do. I wanted to mention to Karen that I have asked Simone to look at when lots are bought together in order to build one structure, that we look at maintaining the setback that was allowed through the between those structures, and make sure we build that in to the setbacks that are required, because that's a big part of the problem when we adjoin lots and then we lose that open space that is between the structures. So Simone's going to be bringing that back to us, and that's probably should be considered in this entire thing that we're talking about. I also wanted to mention to Mr. Tanner's point that when I bought my house in Corona del Mar in 1973, one of the first things that I remember coming to council about was that they were going to change the R2 to R1.5 at the time, and I was on the side of, oh my gosh, I just bought this property and now you're taking a quarter of it away from me. So I do think we have to look at property rights, and we have to make sure that we look at the character, we also look at the property rights, and we make every effort to make sure that someone next door to one of these already built properties is not penalized by whatever we do. So it's amazing that it's another gray area where you may think that it looks like it's so obvious, but we really do have to consider all those factors, and it's a factor for what we were talking about on Marguerite, where the lady said that she was going to have to, I just forgot her name and I know her, but she's going to have to move because the property up from her was so overbuilt that she has no light and sunshine. So it's a complicated issue, but we have to tackle it. We cannot ignore it.
Mr. Muldoon.
So I imagine this amendment process is going to take some time.
Yeah, sure.
Could you go back to the slide that showed the potential code violation residents? In the meantime, how do we stop this? Is there something we could bring faster to the council that could just put a kibosh on this? I think that we all agree this is not in spirit with the code, and what's requiring more open areas, more open square feet on the side of the walls. I just don't want to see this happen anymore personally. Is there a way that can be bifurcated and brought to us more quickly?
Thank you, Councilmember Muldoon. I think there is. I think if the council wants us to go ahead and initiate a code change, go ahead and do that. We'll bring that back as a resolution for the next council meeting, just to focus on these patio covers, that we're going to require them to be open on either fully open on two sides. Maybe that's a start, and if that is something that the council is amenable to, we can go ahead and initiate that code change and bring back a resolution just to say, staff, go ahead and do this real quick, and we could focus attention on just those that top floor. Our thought was to make sure that they're open up on 100% on both sides, on at least two sides.
Well, I certainly agree with that. I also would suggest if there's some areas that we should expedite and are simple. Mr. Becker has identified some areas that he suggests, and subject to us discussing this, are simple tweaks that perhaps could be accomplished easily and would have great effect to preserve the neighborhood quality. We might want to investigate that, but I agree with Mr. Muldoon. Ms. Brent?
I'd like to see us keep...
I'm sorry, I apologize. You don't finish. Go ahead.
Oh, you're not finished. Go ahead.
No, Mr. Muldoon wasn't finished. Okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. You had a suggestion. What was it? You said there are two options: two sides open, or
So we could go ahead and do two sides open. The other thought that Greg brought up, I think Ron Yao brought up, was to count those patio covers as floor area. Right now, they're not counted towards your FAR, your floor area. So we could look at it one or both ways. I don't think we need to make a decision today, but I think if the council wants to say, go ahead and bifurcate this and start working on it, we'll go ahead and bring back the resolution to initiate the code change just to focus attention on that.
Okay, yeah, I would request that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, and I concur. Do we all concur on, and maybe there are some quick fixes that I would think you could bring back at the same time if they're quick and easy. Yes, Ms. Brenner.
I'm not sure that I wouldn't like to see that third floor deck be a deck and not have a roof on it. So I think we need to talk about that because that's a big part of the problem. I do think, yeah, as what we can bring back as quickly as possible, we need to do that. And the cottages, if we can keep that separate and go ahead and move forward on that rather quickly, I'd like to see that.
Okay, any other comments from the dais of what, Mr. Avery?
So we're still going to do the outreach, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of this, because if we're going to take the deck off and the roof off and all that, it impacts people who, see their neighbors and, so there should be some community stuff here. I'm not defending it. I think the direction's pretty clear. Everybody seems to be saying the same thing. The massing has gotten too tall and the walls are too high. It all makes sense, but.
And to your point, Councilmember Avery, is we'll come back with a resolution to initiate the code change. We'll go back, talk to the community, focus our attention on this third level, get their input consensus just for these patio covers so we can get that wrapped up and bring that back.
Because there are some ones in town, we've got a kind of a rogues gallery here, but there are some ones in town that look pretty nice. They've done a nice job with responsible architects and then people that kind of held back, and these, for a variety of reasons, aren't those, unfortunately. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I would certainly recommend we fast track the issue of the cottages on the incentive to keep them in the same footprint or a minimal adjustment. That seems to be something that is easy. And then in terms of the decking, I think Councilmember Brenner is right and Councilmember Avery too. This is something that it's probably not as simple as let's just modify a code change. I mean, to Councilmember Avery's point, if someone and the next door neighbor has a structure and then you submit for pretty much the exact same thing and you get denied because we've modified it, that is now a property rights problem that we have created. And so there is a sense that we'd at least need to analyze that and talk through it. So I'm not suggesting for a moment that the bottom right is appropriate. That seems to me to be not just a code violation. I'm not sure how that happened, but there ought to be a discussion right now of what's approved, and then if we're modifying something, it does need to have probably a longer conversation out of the community before we would take away rather than add, which I think when we're talking about adding, that's the cottage approach, and we ought to really be fast tracking that issue.
Mr. Muldoon.
Just for a point of order, I'd like to call the question for a straw vote to fully eliminate the bottom right plan as an option. Not discussing the roof at this point, but expediting something for us to quickly vote on, so that there must be, as I think you proposed, Mr. Zurgis, certain number of open air walls. Can we have that brought back? I'm asking that be brought back quickly without.
Affirmation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I support that. All right.
I need to record it for the Brown Act anyway, so if people could raise their hands again, just so we know how many.
I'm not quite sure what it is that we were raising our hands on.
Yeah, I'd abstain because I don't understand the issue as well. That's kind of the point of bringing back an issue for like actually seeing language or seeing, because my understanding of the bottom right doesn't conform with our current code, right? So it's not like we need to change the code. This just doesn't comply.
So for clarification, the one on the bottom right, if they didn't put the window coverings there, then that would technically comply with the code. But if you can see there, the little glass rail, so that was in there, but then the rest of it was supposed to be open like the other two are. So there's not supposed to be any coverings of any type on there.
Well, so do they violate the code? Does that violate the code?
Yes.
So have we taken action against that?
I believe it's a code enforcement case at this point.
So the code violation is that they've covered the openings with a shutter system instead of allowing it to be open and breathable.
But the issue is that the ambiguity or the gray area in our current code allowed them to do that?
That's correct.
So that's what Mr. Muldoon is trying to get to, is to tighten that current code.
So we can go ahead and just so to be clear of what we're going to focus on, I'm going to look at the top two images where you have on the one on the left allows for two sides to be open, relatively open, and the one on the right is all sides are to be open. And I think what we need to have is language and clarity that we're looking at a larger percentage of opening versus that bottom right, which is a much more smaller percentage.
Or even the top left.
Right, which allows a larger percentage of opening.
Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Herdman.
How about until we do get this code thing straightened out, we put a moratorium on this? We don't allow any more of this to happen until we get this all straightened out. I don't know if that, Kevin, I don't know if that accomplishes what you were trying to.
It kind of does.
Kind of, yeah.
But then it actually would slow someone's plans.
Yeah.
Probably detrimentally, because it'll take a while to come back. Whereas if we just say, I mean, even the top left, I think, looks awful. Just being honest with you.
I agree.
And so I'm just trying to protect Newport as quickly as possible from this continuing to happen. And I have nothing against decks or covers, for the record. This is just purely this box structure that doesn't have enough open space. It's clearly an attempt to be in a closed dwelling. I just wanted to bring that back quickly. I was just asking if we could all, I think there's a majority of us who want it, just trying to let staff know if that's the case. If not, then we can bring it all back together. And
I think a majority have indicated that has indicated to come back, right? Oh, there was not a majority?
Well, I'm not sure everyone was clear on what they were raising their hands for, so it'd probably be good to see.
Let's try that again then. To expedite, to bring back on the third story covered deck matter, to clarify our current code so we don't have these variances and gray area exist.
And this is only initiation as well, so it'll have to go through planning commission and then back to the city council again before adoption. But does everyone understand the question at this point?
I still don't know.
Can I see if I can? Let me try, because I want to make sure I'm clarifying as well. If I understand Councilmember Muldoon's point, the idea would be bring this to planning commission so planning commission can review the percentage issue and make a recommendation on a modification of the code to council?
I think first step, right, is for the council to initiate it, and then it goes to planning commission, then it come back to city council.
And again, with regards to initiation, we don't have to be 100% understand exactly the changes. But what I'm hearing from the council members is that top right image is the preferential image that the council members are leaning towards, where you have a majority of that patio cover to be open, truly open, where it doesn't create that mass that we're seeing from the other images.
Okay, why don't we try again to affirm interest in expediting that? Okay, so I think
with unanimous.
Okay, all right, Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. So the image on the bottom right and the violation is very clear. I'm assuming we don't fine them for this, right? Or do we?
Oh, we do. Once we notice, once we're informed of a violation, we'll send them a notice to say you're in violation of the approved plans. That doesn't meet your approved plans. You got to, for this particular case, you have to remove those shutters.
But do we fine them?
If they don't comply, after the first two notices, we'll start issuing a citation. Correct.
Okay, so basically, in the mind of that homeowner, it said to itself, I got nothing to lose. I'll put this window up there and keep her there till you tell me to take it down.
That's right. That's what happened.
That's
so
true.
Should we make it more, put some more teeth in it?
I agree. Yes.
Make it painful?
Yes. In fact, if I may just add on to your comment, I don't want to speak for Mr. Georges, but there are examples in our community where a property owner receives the final inspection approval on their home, and then the inspector leaves, and all the papers are signed, and then they fill in all the open spaces. That happens. So what is the consequence for that? Maybe bring back what it is, the current process. We don't have to decide that now, but at least bring back what is the process for citing a homeowner, property owner for violating our code.
Sure, we can bring that back at the next council meeting.
All right, Mr. Avery.
Back, right? There should be a 15-foot setback, or something where a person walking around, or you just wouldn't see it from this view. It would be more in the center of the building if there was a cover, a short cover or something. There's no setback. This is what makes this look so.
Right, there's no additional setback because since this isn't counted as floor area, it's considered open because it's open on more than one side. So that extra 15-foot setback requirement doesn't apply.
Right, but staff is unable in the plan to see all this massing, even if the openings are not covered, is still a lot of mass up there. And that's really that's what makes it look so terrible. So I'm sure we'll get there.
Okay, can I, Ms. Brenner?
I think that's a critical distinction. Perhaps we need to consider anything with a roof to be part of their square footage, and if it's a deck, it's a deck, and it's not counted as square footage, but if it has a roof on it, it is.
It's part of the floor area ratio. I would see, so what are we asking for to come back and define that within the same context of these third floor decks?
So, Madam Mayor, what we're looking at is just to bring back to initiate the code change, just to require those patio covers to be open as that right image. So we could do that, we could bifurcate that and come back very quickly. The rest of the discussion I was looking at is much more of community involvement and get that feedback.
Well, on that second point you just made, I like the word that Mr. Herdman used, a moratorium. I would like to suggest a moratorium on the conversions of RM properties into R1s using the same RM square footage FAR rights or regulations or code permits. I see that as a missing link, a loophole, if you will, from the 2010. So I'm just saying, until we have a chance to explore that and have community engagement, I'd just like to put a moratorium on those kinds of projects. Is that possible?
Yeah, so moratoriums are possible, but you basically be halting everybody from who's already in the process from moving forward with
Well, I'd like to find out how many there are in the process.
So maybe that's something next time you can bring back for discussion.
Right,
and then we can lay out what the process would be for a moratorium.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Avery, did you want to comment?
So if we make a moratorium on a single-family home here in that RM district, the triplex that goes up would still be able to do what they were doing, right? Unless we change the code for this whole top third floor.
That's correct.
Right. So really, in a certain way, someone can still build that same box up there if that's our objective, because that seems to me it doesn't matter what it is, a single-family home or a triplex, that third floor massing causes a lot of heartburn in the community.
Correct.
So.
Right.
But it has different, if I understand it correctly, the RM structure has a higher height limit, correct?
So, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, and this is a good clarification. So, when a single-family home or duplex or triplex is built in an RM zoning district, it doesn't matter the product type. They all have the same development standards that are applied to their development. So they all would have the 33-foot height limit. They all have the same floor area limit. And so, to Mr. Avery's point, I think they'd all pretty much look the same at the end of the day, whether or not there's 1, 2, or 3 units occupying that.
Was it a 29-foot height or a 33-foot height?
So the RM is 33 feet high.
And what is the R1?
So R1, R2, and RBI, which is Balboa Island, they're all 29 feet with a slope roof.
Well, I guess that's my point, is I would like for us to just, just to standardize for an R1 home. I'm not trying to change the height limit for an RM home, but if an RM height is code is now becoming, if that structure is now becoming an R1, it has to conform to R1 zoning codes. At least we should explore that.
And so maybe we put that, just so I have it for the Brown Act, if there's consensus to bring that back, discussion of a moratorium.
Hold on. Okay, with everyone except Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. 6-1.
Okay. All right, Mr. Avery, did you have another comment? Okay. Any other comments from anyone? I think this has really been a positive, constructive construction discussion. I thank you, staff, for bringing this forward, doing a lot of good staff work, and the community to engage in this subject and to feel ownership in this process as we move forward. So thank you very much. So in the interest of time, I want to keep going. We've got still a lot of things to do. Next item is on-street parking impacts due to construction, another construction-related issue, activities. Mr. Georges.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon and good evening. Simone Georges, Community Development Director. Tonight we have a brief presentation. It's about 6 slides. If you recall, back in February, we came forward with a potential ordinance with addressing parking impacts due to residential construction. At the time, we had some ideas that we've shared with you. Council has asked us to go back and kind of rework and go through those ideas and do some more community outreach, and we've done that. And so we have some good feedback, and we want to share the thoughts that we have currently. The whole point of today is to share the thoughts of staff's recommendations, get your feedback, and then we'll go back and work on another ordinance. So with me, I have the Deputy Director, Samir Gosen, who will go through the presentation. Thank you.
Dixon and council members. As Simone suggested, we were before you on February 26th. The 4 items that we came in front of you for were, one of them was the restrict Saturday construction, requiring a parking management plan, requiring a project information sign, and limit the length of time for construction. Since then, item 4, limiting the length of time for construction, has been kind of pulled as a separate item, and I think that will be before you for adoption tonight. Hence, we went back to the community to seek further feedback. And we have met with the public at CDMRA on April 17th. We held another meeting at the community room here at City Hall on April 18, and we had a discussion with some residents with regard to the 2 items that were the issue that we brought for you, which is the sign, the project information sign, and the parking management plan. So what we have heard is that we have a lot of support for project information sign. I think it gives the public the information to contact a contractor or city staff when there's a violation. There were less support for the parking management plan. There were as well less support for limiting Saturday construction. And I think for that, in view of the adoption of the time limits on construction, we don't see a need to have no construction on Saturday, because that would automatically shrink the time for people to complete the project. We did find that there was an increase or support for increasing parking enforcement, and we did have a request for limiting the number of vehicles associated with the short-term lodging units. And there was one element that kept coming back, which was basically to require commercial vehicles identification as required by state law. And that's just purely to identify the contractors who are, basically working and advertising their work with their trucks, basically, a sign on their trucks. So staff suggestion is to require project information sign for new construction. No further action on the parking management plan. I don't think we've got enough support or we feel we got enough support for it. No further action on no construction noise on Saturday. That would be associated with construction work on Saturday, now that the time limits have already been kind of established. And then considering something to consider for City Council is the limiting the short-term lodging units to 2 vehicles per unit. And the additional item would be we had support for 1 parking enforcement through a vendor, it's AmeriPark, for a seasonal enforcement between Memorial Day and Labor Day.
And council members, these are the feedback we got from the community when we did a community outreach. We just didn't get, there was some support for the parking management plan, but there wasn't overwhelming support. We didn't see that 50% threshold be met. With the parking information sign, there was a lot more support for that parking information sign. We think limiting construction on Saturdays is problematic, especially if the council would to adopt this evening that 3-year time limit. We did hear that comment on short-term lodging units. Some believe that short-term lodging is part of the parking impacts. Our question to you is that do you want to limit the number of vehicles for short-term lodging units? And that's something that we're working on separately, and we'll be back to council in a month or so. And then with the parking enforcement, again, we hear consistently that the community is looking for additional enforcement. We were before you during the council goal setting. You've made a decision not to increase enforcement, but our thought is if you're interested in adding at least 1 parking enforcement officer that will change locations every day just for that peak summer season. So those are some of our thoughts, and we'd love to get your feedback.
Any comments up here? Mayor Pro Tem.
One of the discussions we had the last time this came up were the areas of the city that this would be required in, and one of the points that I had made was that there are actually a substantial number of the parts of the city that no one's asking for any of this. Newport Coast, Spyglass, all the way around that. I haven't heard anybody from Port Streets. I haven't heard anybody from from One Ford Road. I haven't heard anybody from the Big Canyon. And I'm sure that there are other areas as well. But there's a substantial number of folks who have communities with HOAs that they've got these rules in place, or if they don't want them. And so this is, if we're even looking at this as a citywide effort, I'd vote against it. So if it's going to be if we're looking at it from the perspective of specifically impacted areas requesting it, we have an area. We apply this into specific areas. I understand that because those are the areas that are being impacted and asking for it. But a substantial amount of our city just would not request this, and so I would suggest that we become very focused on it. I know, for example, Lido, absolutely. Balboa Island, absolutely. I'm sure the Peninsula, Corona del Mar. I get all of those areas would want this, but there are a lot. What's that? Yeah, there are a lot of places who would want it, but there are a lot of places who don't. So we need to be pretty clear about this, because I think that there are communities that would just they'd be very frustrated if all of a sudden signage and all this stuff started being required, and so I'd like to focus in on the areas where this is actually being requested. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Duffield.
Okay, so my argument would be this is a vacation town, vacation area. It's a resort town. So when Saturday comes and you're not working, you come home basically to your resort. You don't necessarily get in a car and drive to a resort. You live in the resort. And one of the things of my community is we have a community beach, et cetera, and it's weekend comes, it's time to play, it's time to have fun. Well, I have 249 homes in our community, and every single one of them will be, or has been, or is in the process of being torn down. So Saturdays, we gave it up, and at first there was arguments that obviously it's going to take another couple of months to build the home. That's what it added on, 2 months, so you know. But the reality is that we now have had it in place for, I don't know, several years, and I want to tell you, it is remarkably nicer on Saturday. I mean, if I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, in the areas that the homes don't need to be torn down, this isn't a problem. But it is a problem in places that homes are 100 years, 50, 60, 80 years old, whatever they are. They're beach cottages. They have to be torn down. And we have lived and watched pretty near just like you every single home on our block be torn down and rebuilt, which is great. I mean, it's great for our community. But you have to live with it, and I think 3 years is too much. I think you could do it in 2, because you want to move back to your house. But anyway, that's my point is that a Saturday is your precious time. You're not at work. You're at home, enjoying your home. No, you're not. They're cutting tile next door.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Herdman.
Just a couple of things I want to say. Number 4 is an enforcement issue. It's a new rule, and rules require enforcement. So if we're going to do something like that, we're going to have to recognize the fact that we have a responsibility to enforce it. And there's a cost associated with enforcement. All right. So it's like I said at the last meeting, laws that I can't remember how I said it or what I said, but basically, if you implement a law, you've got to enforce it. And so just want to make that. I want to make that point. The other point I want to make is this, and this is going to take me a minute to say. We had, excuse me, an individual move on to Balboa Island about 5 years ago. And you have to keep in mind that I've lived on Balboa Island for 64 years, okay? And I remember way back in the day, all right? I remember what it used to be like when we had gravel alleys instead of cement alleys and things like that. I recognize the fact that things change and things improve. But this individual who moved on the island about 5 years ago was fed up with bike riders and wanted to implement some kind of a bike path that would cause bike riders to only use our alleys and not the streets. And I had a conversation with this individual about how one of the reasons people like to ride bikes on Balboa is because they like to go up and down the streets and take a look at the unique homes. All right. And are we really going? And then that's been a culture on the island for 80 years. And are we really going to take that on and try and change that? I just think with all of this stuff that we're discussing here tonight, there's definitely a need, but we also have to take into consideration the culture of our city and not make too drastic a changes on people. And this particular subject of building, we live in a city that is a redevelopment city, and Duffy's point is really well taken. We have we're an old city. We've got old homes that have to be replaced and or improved or remodeled, and we can't stand in the way of that. We just can't. We can't enact programs that would stand in the way of that. So I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking this is something that we just ought to say, okay, we gave it a good try, but let's walk away from it.
Ms. Brenner.
Yes, I wanted to say that on the Saturday ban, when we talked about this before and you talked about the outreach that you had done, you said the contractors, the majority of the contractors that you spoke with indicated that a Saturday ban would not dramatically affect what they were doing because they felt like they weren't getting maximum work from their people that they did allow to work on Saturday. So I tend to agree with Duffy that we can go ahead and make that Saturday ban effective because it does really impact our community. As far as what Will said about differentiating with parts of the city, we have to do that because the other parts of the city where this is not an issue really don't need to be involved in this. But I do think they might like to have the sign, even in a planned community or where you have homeowners associations. If there's a construction project going on and somebody is doing something that is negatively impacting the community, I think they might like to know who they could call about that. That's just something to consider. It's not pertinent to me. And as far as the short-term lodging issue, This is a bigger issue. We need to look at these short-term vacation rentals and how they are negatively impacting our community as a whole. So I would like to see us consider the vehicle limit on those in a broader picture, a bigger discussion about short-term vacation rentals.
All right, any other comments up here? Seeing none, we'll go out to the public. Any public comments, please come forward.
Nancy Arachi. I live on the Balboa Peninsula, so we live in a unique environment that creates problems that don't exist in some of the other areas. And I understand your point about Saturday and so on, but please understand my point. Short-term rentals destroy our peace, quiet, and enjoyment of our community from Friday afternoon through Sunday night. We get no enforcement, very little enforcement. There's partying, there's loud noise, there's food trucks, there's massive numbers of cars that arrive on site. It's chaotic at best and just unlivable at worst. So it needs to have a better look because it's out of control. Excessive number of short-term rentals on the peninsula and Balboa Island are just destroying the peace of living and the comfort of living. Getting back to the construction traffic, I noticed that contractors are always kind of the focus point, and I don't feel that that's terribly fair. On the peninsula, for instance, and I'm assuming on every neighborhood, every single day, hundreds of housekeepers come into every community. Hundreds of nannies, caregivers, gardeners, pulling trailers, handymen, painters, and so on, who come on and park in every single neighborhood. They are just kind of unseen, apparently, and the focus is always on the contractors, and the penalties are always considered for the contractors, and I don't feel that's fair, because the proportion of their cars, even though construction is very predominant right now, is probably still less than when you take all of these groups of people who kind of fly under the radar of the city and park. When you take hundreds of these people every single day and coming in and parking, you've got a big problem. On one of the earlier conversations about remodeling some of the cottages, we're talking about cottages that don't have adequate parking, and you're talking about a deficit of 2, 3, 4 cars, and considering that to be acceptable. Yet you focus back on the contractor as causing parking problems. This to me is really unfair. So I just wanted to make that point. The biggest problem that I have is we need better enforcement on these short-term rentals. They're just destroying our peace of living. They're destroying our property values. They are not being enforced rules, and I would just hope you take a close look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Stolero. I'm a resident of Lido Isle, having moved there in 1959 when I was very young, and spent a lot of my life there, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about these parking impacts. The current major parking impact where I live on Via Cordova is a new house being built on our street, which has been under construction for months, and that's an issue for months. The problem is exacerbated by 4 other houses on Via Lido Nord and Sud, which have been or are still under simultaneous construction. On a number of occasions, large construction trucks completely block our one-way street, sometimes for an hour or more. Residents turning onto Via Cordova from Via Lido Sud are not notified of these obstructions. We are forced to back out into traffic on Via Lido Sud and to go around the block to turn on Via Cordova, driving in the wrong direction to get to our homes. Both conditions are dangerous because of the blind intersections which adversely impact our visibility of oncoming traffic. It is common to see large numbers of construction vehicles parked on both sides of Via Cordova and on Via Lido Nord and Sud. These vehicles take up the majority of the available street parking during the week, making it very difficult for residents and visitors to park. Construction vehicles also park in the red zones on Via Lido Nord and Via Cordova. The vehicles that have parked in the red zones at street intersections create a dangerous situation because vehicles making turns from Via Cordova to Via Lido Nord, it's a blind in both directions. Cannot see oncoming traffic. Construction workers routinely park across the street in front of a house with a red zone. The owners of this house are elderly with serious disabilities. When construction vehicles park in the red zone, their vehicles obstruct access to and from their house. I tell workers not to park here. In response, I have been ignored, verbally dismissed, or told that they would not move their vehicles. On one occasion, a construction worker told me that the red zone was illegally marked. After I told him the red zone was legal, he challenged me that it was not and refused to move his vehicle. His response, as well as responses from other construction workers, are infuriating. Something needs to be done to mitigate the impact of construction parking in our neighborhood. Our quality of life is significantly and negatively affected by street obstructions and loss of residential public parking spaces, dealing with confrontational construction workers, coping with dangerous driving conditions for which we will be held liable if an accident occurs, and illegal parking in red zones. In all my years of living on this island, I have never seen anything like I am seeing now. And I know we can do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Please come forward.
Hi, I'm Gary Cruz. I live on Newport Island. Not many people know about Newport Island, but it's being discovered rapidly. Very similar to what Jeff has experienced is we're on an island. We have, I don't know how many homes. I'm going to ballpark 100 homes on the island, something like that. And we have, at best, 40 parking spots. And we just lost 4 parking spots because of a remodel, because of the way they structured the new home. What was 4 parking spots now is 2 driveways and 2 parking spots that basically a scooter could park in. So we're losing parking spots, but at the same time, we've got probably 6 to 8 major construction projects going on. And those construction projects, I know they're not supposed to start till 7 o'clock, but I also know that the workers, because they're coming where they're coming in from, they have no choice, but they arrive at 6 o'clock. And they'll bring in the cement mixers, and they'll start mixing the cement. They won't start working until 7. They follow the rules. But it's very early, and it is a hindrance to the neighbors. As far as the things that are on the board there, one complaint that I have with regards to the reactions from the community, getting the community's opinion on things, is didn't really know about this meeting or the meeting on Thursday were there not one obscure Facebook post. So I'm hoping we could do a better job on informing the community when these meetings happen. I know I'm probably going to wind up raising my hand to go on to the Homeowners Association, and I know what that's going to mean for me. But I assume that that's the way you communicate with the public. Is it through homeowners associations primarily?
And on the city calendar.
And a calendar which requires people to go to it, which obviously citizens should probably do a better job of that. You don't do it until you're impacted by something, which we're impacted by it. We're impacted by it right now. So anyway, I agree. I don't really fault the construction people. They just have no place to park. And when it comes down to it, what it means is they park illegally. And they're not charged. I understand the dilemma that they have, but there's a standard for construction people and there's a standard for residents. If I parked the way the construction people would park, I would be towed. But, you know, and it's just sheer volume. It's just sheer volume. And I assume due to property rights, there's nothing you can do with staging projects. In other words, can we have, in an area that's 1/2 mile by 1/2 mile by 1/2 mile, can we have 8 major projects going on in addition to the many smaller remodels that are not major, but they still bring in construction people, and the day workers, et cetera, et cetera. When you have 40 parking spots, you're worried about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come forward. Anyone else want to come forward and just sit in the front row, please, just to save a couple seconds? Thanks.
Hi, Vicki Swanson again, a resident of Corona Del Mar. And yes, I echo the sentiments of this gentleman from Lido Island that I unfortunately live on Marguerite. And so pretty busy street to try to pull out on. And when people park in the red zone, I am pulling out completely blind, and I eke out there every morning praying that I don't get the front end of my car picked off, right? Because I cannot see people coming down Marguerite when people park illegally in the red zone at the alley. And I also echo the sentiment that really it's not just the construction worker parking, I guess I would say, but it's almost like we need a construction management plan, not just a parking management plan. And my reason for saying that is just last week, I took a picture of this gigantic dump truck parked on the apron behind my neighbor's house. Her house is not under construction. My neighbors have accused me of going ghetto. I actually purchased a length of chain, and I put it across my apron so those trucks cannot be parking in my apron. Because when the house I mentioned previously was being built, I had trucks parking on mine. I now have a cracked apron. I had oil slicks there. I slipped and broke my foot. It was not pretty. So I just, it's unfortunate, but we live in these tight areas where there's not a lot of room. I understand there's, again, they have property rights. They have a right to build their property. I have a right to enjoy my property too. And I hope you all acknowledge that. And I don't know what we can do about that. But yeah, these construction workers just have this belief that if the space is open, it's fair game. It doesn't matter if it's somebody's private property. So it's not the alley, it's my apron. But it becomes fair game to them. And I don't know what we can do about that. But again, I wish that there were some way that we can better enforce this and have some sort of construction management plan so they know how to stage things and get their project done without encroaching on others, or at least at a minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I think the construction issue is something that people have addressed pretty good. What I want to stress is the short-term rentals that are occurring in many of these houses that are now big boxes. They've been maxed out, and particularly close to the beach in the neighborhood where I live, there is a lot of this, and they in essence become duplexes. They have parking requirements of duplexes. They add to the burden of on-street parking. The carports or garages, they're rented out. They're not used as that. So I think our nice citizens, some of which are gaming the system, and they're seeing others do it, and they're saying the same thing, and they're looking at how can I make the most money. And when we have these short-term rentals, we have commercial districts where we have hotels, and we have a number of hotels. Well, we didn't plan on a number of hotels plus these other single-family units being converted to what are in essence duplexes or triplexes. So I'd like to see the city do a little bit more to enforce this and look and identify how our code is being gamed, because I think that's what's happening, because the value, the money is so great. So I would love to see our city crack down on this. So I would appreciate your attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, let's bring them back up here. So, members, colleagues, what should we do? What should we like to do? Let me just kind of recount what we've heard tonight. The easiest thing is let's just segregate short-term rentals, because I know your staff is coming back, and we have some. Are you coming back in May, obviously?
We're trying for May. It could be pushed to June.
Okay, but you're going to be with a whole host of suggestions,
Changes,
recommendations.
correct.
Yes. Okay, so put short-term rental and parking issues. Enforcement, I think, is a key issue here. Red curb, illegal parking enforcement, and so you say add one, parking enforcement through AmeriPark, so it would be a contract worker through AmeriPark, not adding an employee.
That's correct.
Do we want to show hands if we want to increase our enforcement in our parking enforcement? Yes, Mr. Moulton, go ahead. Yeah, to bring,
Just to-
yeah, oh
just
yeah,
to
we're
bring
just
it
going
back.
to
That
bring
was
it back.
unanimous.
A parking enforcement plan.
I think I saw everyone's hands on that.
Okay.
Is anyone? Okay.
We may have mixed feelings on the Saturday ban on construction. What staff has said, that because we're putting this time limit of 3 years and 2 options, so it's really 4 years altogether if they get the approval. I would like to ask my colleagues, how do we feel about instituting, bringing it back for discussion, but having staff bring us back a Saturday ban on construction, notwithstanding the fact that we're limiting the permit period? Do we have any thoughts on that? Duffy, do you want to raise your hand? All right.
I'm sorry, can you raise? Okay.
So do we just?
That would be for Saturday ban.
For Saturday.
Okay, that would be Duffield, Dixon, Herdman, and Brenner.
Okay.
Strong recommendation that you limit it to a geographic area.
Well, I was just going to come to that. The next item is that we're confining, that's my recommendation, subject to everyone's agreement, the high-density areas, which we have been defining as the Peninsula, Corona del Mar, Village area, Balboa Island. Where else? Is that it?
Lido.
Lido, well, Peninsula, yeah, and Lido. Do we agree with that? Newport Heights, do you think, what, Mr. Avery? So question mark after Newport Heights. All right.
Yeah, maybe leave it to staff to figure out as far as the high density areas.
Where the high density areas are. Information side.
Hold on one moment. I didn't see the hands.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that would be, Duffield, Muldoon, Dixon, O'Neill, Herdman, and Brenner.
All right, so project information sign, new construction in these defined areas. There's some interesting thoughts about a construction. I don't know if there's really any difference. I know a construction management plan. I think the enforcement of the parking is really the largest issue that people may have, and the Saturday would bring some peace and quiet. If that isn't sufficient, when we bring that back, we can continue to address that. Saturday, STL will do and increase resources for enforcement. Am I missing anything?
No, so, and I just want to make clear, so on the no Saturdays, that is citywide, or is that just the?
No.
So that's
everything we're talking about relates to the high density areas to be defined by the staff.
Okay, so the on-street parking, the parking enforcement?
Yes.
And the Saturdays and the information signs,
Yes.
all to the high density
Don't you agree?
areas
I mean,
specific.
everything, or is there anything you see that would apply to your geographic area?
Because HOAs designate the time and location, and I mean, this is all covered by HOAs. And real quick to Councilmember Brenner's point about HOAs probably wanting this, the difference is, the difference is in an HOA, the moment anyone who has ever served on an HOA board knows very well that when someone is upset about something going on in the community, they know where to find you. And so it's different if you're in CDM, you have to come to city. Trust me, if someone wants to find you in an HOA, the board membership, they find you. It's not a...
All right, but let me tell you, I live in an HOA, and thanks to the city taking care of some of these parking violation issues, the residents of Lido, where I live, just like the gentleman who spoke, the Lido Isle Community Association is asking the city for help.
Oh, I'm talking about construction though. I'm also talking about the signage. I mean, it's
they want the signage too.
Oh, well, that's up to them.
It just depends. But when you don't, we're in a high density area, and you're not. That's where the difference is.
Okay.
Oh, any other comments?
You're an HOA if you have CC&Rs.
We have CC&Rs.
You do on
Yes.
Lido?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. All right. Any other comments, or have I omitted anything? Staff, are you clear on staff forward? I want to thank you. You've really done a really great job in bringing the community together on this, or to involve and engage the community, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sure we've run out of time to do. I'm sorry for the disaster folks, the City Emergency Council people that have been waiting here patiently, but I think to do justice to the good discussion that needs to happen, we cannot do it in 15 minutes, plus we have to have a closed session. So, Ms. Loon, what do you suggest we do?
So you can, I don't think the 15 minutes is going to be quite enough. I mean, at this point, I would suggest we go into closed session at this point.
All right, and then can we reschedule this for May 14th?
For the May 14th meeting, we can begin with this one.
So thank you for those of you who are here for the emergency discussion. I appreciate your patience. All right, public comments generally. Any public comments? Anybody coming forward? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Dan Daly, and I'm with Alzheimer's Orange County. Since 1982, we have been providing free programs, services, and support to individuals and families coping with dementia. In keeping with our commitment to the local community, we now operate 2 adult day service centers. One in Laguna Woods, it's called South County Adult Day Services, and the other in Garden Grove, which is called Acacia Adult Day Services. Today, Orange County is the fastest aging region in the United States. It is estimated that by 2040, 1 in 4 residents will be 65 years of age. Alzheimer's Orange County is a leading organization of the Orange County Aging Services Collaborative. This is a formalized group of 35 not-for-profit county and academic agencies. Out of this collaborative, a strategic plan for aging was formed, and this was to develop short and long-term plans to address senior issues. On April 25th, this Thursday, we will have our annual meeting at the Garden Grove Community Center. At that time, we will reveal our aging report, which will focus on the most pressing needs of our seniors, and that'll be in the area of food, health, housing, and transportation. We invite you to join us and other elected officials and civic leaders for that meeting. A hard copy is included in this information packets, which I have for each one of you for your review. I want to thank you for giving me the time to make this announcement, and I certainly want to wish you success in all the challenges that you're facing here, and continued success for the rest of 2019. Thanks again.
Thank you for your good comments. Any other public comments? Please come forward. Seeing none, Mr. City Attorney, do you want to talk about the closed session? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I just want to thank you all for serving our city.
Well, that's a nice public comment.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor Dixon. The City Council will adjourn to closed session, discuss items 4A and B, including meeting with the City Manager, Assistant City Manager, and Human Resources Director, discuss labor negotiations with the Part-Time Employee Association, and meeting with legal counsel to discuss possible initiation of litigation in regards to one matter.
All right, we are recessed until 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to convene call the meeting to order of the Newport Beach City Council, April 23rd, regular meeting. Madam Clerk?
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Mr. Harp, is there a closed session report, please?
Thank you, Mayor Dixon. There's no closed session report this evening.
All right. We have our invocation this evening, Monsignor Douglas Cook of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Catholic Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Council Member Avery. Please stand.
Good evening, everyone, and happy Easter. Let's call to mind God's presence as we pray. Lord God, send your Spirit upon this meeting. Bless those who deliberate and decide. Give them wisdom and service of the community. Bless the members of this community that gather together, that we may remember our shared desire to build the human family as daughters and sons of God. And may all the things we do begin with your inspiration and continue with your help and conclude happily. All praise and glory be yours forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk.
The city provides a yellow sign-in card to assist in the preparation of the minutes. The completion of the card is not required in order to address the city council. If the optional sign-in card has been completed, it should be placed in the box provided at the podium. The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items. As a courtesy, please turn cell phones off or set them in the silent mode.
Okay, thank you. Now we will have City Council announcements, new items council members would like to be introduced for future agendas, and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. Mr. Avery.
The only thing I have is my wife and I attended the Oasis Gala with some of our other council folks here, and it was, as usual, a great party, great band, food, people, and some gambling.
Oh,
so
in the city of Newport Beach.
It was wonderful. There was gambling in the city of Newport Beach. Worked out fine. Nobody lost anything.
Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I enjoyed our, I don't know, it's the 5th or 6th annual Mayor's Egg Toss. What is it? Egg Brace, whatever it's called. And
Roll, yeah.
Of course, I'm lucky because I have grandkids that I get to bring, so it's very, very fun. A little crowded this year. It's becoming more and more popular. Lines are a little longer. That's to be expected. Anyway, great job with staff that puts all that on, and it's all free, and it's a great event. I also wanted to announce our 3rd annual underwater trash event will be at the Balboa Bay Club June 1st. And we started this 3 years ago with the idea of if we're cleaning up the trash on the bay and on the land, why not, what's the bottom of the bay look like? So we did our first one 3 years ago, as I said, and the volunteers that showed up, the divers, it was unbelievable, the organization of it, and it was at the Bay Club. And it has grown and grown and grown, and this will be our 3rd. We're actually telling volunteers we have to turn them away. We have too many volunteers almost. But I did want to announce that the amount of trash and this is floating in the harbor, not on the, this isn't underwater, this is on top of the water. That's all gotten from volunteers kayaking and in duffies with nets and such, is 45,000 pounds.
Is that a chair? Is that a chair right there?
Yes. That's 45,000 pounds. And this is from the underwater. We've got ladders, and you can see all kinds of things, trash cans, and just a variety of things, batteries and bicycles. And the amount of stuff that's down there is amazing. And, it's hard to get. You only have so much air as a diver you can breathe. These are divers, by the way. There's about 100 of them. And they go out, and so we're basically picking up about the size of a potato chip. When you look at the entire bay, it's going to take a long time to do this. So this is our 3rd event, and this is the after party at the Balboa Bay Club, and you see how many people participate in this. And as I said, now landside, we've got probably 18 or so environmental type companies that work for that cause, all exhibiting. So if you go there, you can find out all kinds of things about water quality, et cetera, et cetera. And these folks are very dedicated, and we're looking forward to year number 3. And this is also what led us to the water wheel. This is the same group that I've been working with, are very conscientious of trying to minimize our trash in the harbor and on our beaches and so on and so forth. So looking very much forward to year 3. Thank you.
Very good. Well done. Mr. Muldoon. Ms. Brenner.
I attended the Speak Up Newport meeting on refuse and trash, which Dave Webb did an excellent job of presenting there and talking about what we're in store for and how we're going to have to do a better job on recycling in the future. I also attended the Oasis Sailing Club opening day ceremonies with Mayor Dixon and Councilman Herdman. I met with Diane Grace and Supervisor Doug Chafee. Is it Chafee? Of Fullerton, regarding the airport. I'm from Fullerton originally, and we tried to impress upon him how important it is to the entire county that we limit the expansion of John Wayne Airport. I also went to Jeff's Aviation Committee meeting after that. I did a tour of our fire station with the major fire, the central fire station with Nick Stokes, and also went over to the city yard and saw the new trailer that we have purchased for our firefighters if during an emergency where they need to get out of the heat and they need to have their vital signs monitored. And I met with, I've forgotten the name of the young woman who's part of our fire department who is in charge of their health. And they call her the mother of the fire department because she has to make sure that they are not allowed to go back into fighting a fire unless she has monitored all their vital signs and made sure that they're really ready to go back and do that. So it was very impressive meeting with her. I also met with Hoag, with Nina Robinson and 2 other ladies at Hoag Hospital about their benefactor program, which I was the founder of when I went to Hoag Hospital, and it was just me, and now they're up to about 12 registered nurses that are doing that program, and they meet their benefactors at the hospital anytime, day or night, when they arrive. I did the Women in Newport networking meeting with Diane, also the Oasis Volunteer Luncheon, and I spoke at the CDM Residents Association annual meeting. We had probably about 250 people at that meeting that evening, and our community development staff was there. They did an excellent job of answering everyone's questions, and it was a really vibrant meeting. I also attended breakfast with Cotty Petrie Norris, along with Councilman Herdman and Mayor Pro Tem Will O'Neill. And she spoke to us about the bills that she has currently in the Assembly and how she's very interested in working with us to make sure that she represents the cities. And I personally spoke to her about the importance of her protecting us from the mandates that the state is imposing upon us and how important that is. And I think that's it.
Very good. Busy. Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to use this opportunity to advocate in the area of aviation, so I apologize for the length of my announcements this evening. We have, when I say we, I'm talking about the council here, city staff, community groups, the community, have been successful in delaying the Airport Commission's recommendation on general aviation expansion at John Wayne Airport, as well as the Board of Supervisors. Both bodies have asked for more time to study the DEIR comments, a health risk report, and to digest extensive input from the community. This is a terrifically hot issue right now that deserves careful study and thoughtful consideration by our Board of Supervisors, and I think we've gotten that message across to them. I want to thank the 500 plus community members who came out for the airport town hall that was held here 3 weeks ago, as well as we had a terrific turnout at the Aviation Committee meeting and the Airport Commission meeting this last week. People all willing to voice their concern about the GAIP, General Aviation Improvement Program. I also want the community to be aware of the fact that the staff time, energy, and expertise spent on this issue has been extremely valuable and really represents a team effort. Staff, administration, council, community, all working together can make a difference. So let's keep it up, all right? The city continues to closely track the John Wayne Airport General Aviation Improvement Program and voice our concerns to the county officials. We remain strongly opposed to any project alternative that would lead to an increase in general aviation jet flights over our city, and any plan that sacrifices safety, security, and accountability for the convenience of a small select group of airport users. If you don't know yet about the GAIP, I strongly encourage you to learn more at newportbeach.gov/GAIP. We have a lot of information there, including how to contact the Board of Supervisors. And there's two important public meetings taking place over the next 2 weeks. The Airport Commission will continue its discussion on this program on May 1st, and we have a date for when the County Board of Supervisors will review the alternatives and the EIR for this program. That matter will now go before the Board of Supervisors on May the 7th. So if you share our concerns over the GAIP, please join us at these meetings and let the county know how you feel. The meetings are up on the screen there. So the only other thing I have to announce, we continue to have our weekly messaging and strategy meetings with key stakeholders about the airport. I did speak at the Airport Commission meeting last week. I gave a monthly report at the Chamber of Commerce Monthly Government Affairs meeting on council work and activities. And I've got a lot more stuff here, but that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Very complete. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
So in addition to the egg roll, which was great, Friends of Oasis event, also great, Oasis volunteer lunch, CDMRA annual meeting. I also attended the TCA board meeting. I thought this was clear, but I'll make it really quickly. There are two TCA boards. There's the Foothill Eastern Board, and there is the San Joaquin Hills Board. The San Joaquin Hills Board is what we sit on. That's the 73. The one that keeps making the news lately that deals with the 241 is the Foothill Eastern Board. We do not sit on that. We don't have anything to do with their contracts. And I make that clear because it seems that some people, whenever they reference TCA, they are trying to reference all of it. And so just to be clear, we sit, Joy and I sit on the TCA board for San Joaquin Hills. We are not the ones in the news. We are not the ones dealing with this. So I just want to doubly say this over and over again, because even elected officials I've seen lately making comments that are dealing with TCA and would help if they would pay attention to that. So then but that was made abundantly clear at the last TCA board meeting. I just want everyone to know on the city council that apparently the Foothill Eastern Board is doing an audit, going to conduct an external audit of the issues that have been coming out in news reports lately. So that would not, again, be an audit of the San Joaquin Hills Board. We do not have those contracts. We had the Special Olympics basketball tournament up at Newport Coast Community Center. I just want to say thank you so much to Laura Detweiler and her team. I can't tell you I'll get to this one in a second, but I can't tell you the number of people who came up and thanked me as a city representative for hosting this event. It is truly heartwarming and amazing. And if you have an opportunity to come on May 9th, the city does a great thing of hosting what's called the Newport Beach Hometown Event. We had this last year. It was fantastic. We're expecting a bigger crowd this year. And if you can come out and support, it's one of those events you won't forget. And then real quick, Finance Committee meeting on Thursday. We are discussing our proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you. As you could hear all of our members speaking on their community activities, I'm glad we're reporting on this. I think it's really helpful for the community to understand how far and wide everyone's involvement goes. I have a couple announcements and then report, excuse me, on activities. The vacancy announcements now is the time of year that our council-appointed boards and committees and commissions will be accepting applications. The city clerk is accepting applications to fill several vacancies on the city's boards and commissions. Those commissions include the Library Board of Trustees, the Arts Commission, what else is there? The Parks, Beaches, and Recreation, and what else is there?
Harbor Commission,
Harbor.
Planning Commission.
And planning, thank you. Very important work is done at these committees, and so I encourage all interested residents to apply. In fact, Council Member Brenner mentioned the Women in Newport Networking. It's our fourth year of having an event where the city clerk and the city manager talked about civic involvement and civic leadership and encouraging men and women in our community to get involved more than they already are, because a lot of our people are. So it's really a terrific way to get involved in our community. So the application deadline, it's open now, and actually you could always apply, but when there are openings, your application would be considered. But we're going through this formal process this time of year, and the application period for these current termed out positions closes on Wednesday, May 8th. And if you'd like additional information about boards and commissions, go to newportbeachca.gov/vacancy or obtain from the city clerk's office directly, or call the city clerk's office at 949-644-3005. Also, the new subject, the special event program support. Applications are being accepted for the special event support program if you are an event organizer or a nonprofit organization and will be holding an event in Newport Beach between July 1 and June 30th, July 1 of this year, 2019, and June 30th of 2020. The deadline to submit the application to be considered for grant support is Thursday, April 25th at 5 p.m., and no late applications will be accepted. And here you might want to visit newportbeachca.gov/special event grant. This is summer camp, early bird registration. This is exciting. This is one of many exciting programs that our Recreation and Senior Services Department and city staff bring to our city, manage for our city, and make our city as great as it is. So it's time to seize your summer. The city's Recreation Department is offering over 500 summer camps in a wide range of interests and activities such as art, theater, cooking, science, sports, surfing, special needs, and so much more. Enroll your children at a discount that ranges from $20 to $50 by the May 6th early bird deadline. Find more information at campnewport.com. Okay, we have one of the exciting shred events. We are doing this regularly. Shred events. I think we have more shredding going on in Newport Beach than anywhere else in Orange County, which is a good thing. The city and our trash haulers, CR&R Environmental Services, are holding another shred event Saturday, May 11th, starting at 8 a.m. Newport Beach residents can bring your materials for secure shredding to the Big Canyon Reservoir, and that's 3300 Pacific View Drive in Corona Del Mar. This event has become extremely popular, having filled the truck before the scheduled end time, so we get them to bring it back again. So we have to limit the amount of documents, the equivalent of 10 banker-sized boxes, like filing-sized boxes per household. Proof of residency will be required. A lot of people apparently want to use our shredding event, so we have to check residency. And this will run until noon or until the trucks are full. And you may call for more information to CR&R at 949-625-6735. Okay, the next is a continuation of the big event at the Mayor's Egg Race. This was I believe the fifth annual since we've been in the building in the Civic Center. It's just really, really fun. And I envy everybody who has grandchildren or children that they could bring to this event, because my grandchildren live in New York City, so it doesn't coincide with our schedule. But I was happy to be there and meet the Easter Bunny and so many residents and people who are non-resident. They come to Newport Beach for our Easter egg race, and that was last Saturday or 2 Saturdays ago, April 13th. So thanks again to the Recreation and Senior Services Department for this fabulous event. And we'll do it again next year. The library has asked, Mr. Hetherington, our library director, has asked me to announce an event on April 30th. It's the film screening of Big Sonia from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. in the Friends Meeting Room at the library. And in partnership with the Corona Del Mar Community Church, this is free to the public. Big Sonia is a documentary film about Sonia Warshawski, one of the last remaining Holocaust survivors, and one of the only survivors who will speak publicly about her wartime experience. She stands tall at 4 foot 8 inches, and she is the ultimate survivor and uses her life story to bridge cultures and generations. So this is very appropriate given the recent issues we've had in our community related to the Holocaust and intolerance and inclusion, and I think this would be a must-do event. Thank you. On some of my extracurricular activities, I too attended one of my favorite events is a volunteer lunch recognition luncheon. That's a luncheon at Oasis where the volunteers, of which there are probably about 400 or 500 sitting in the Oasis dining room, are treated to lunch because they serve Oasis and serve the community in their generous volunteerism. And I welcome them and praise them and salute them and say a big thank you, because their 15,000 hours of annual service in volunteerism saves the city the equivalent of 15 employees. So not that I don't love employees, but it's great to have volunteer doing work that would otherwise have to be provided by paid employees. So they do fantastic work out of love for our city, and I'm very honored to recognize them and honor them. I, too, briefly attended the Corona Del Mar Residents Association annual meeting, but I was double booked that night and had to leave shortly after a brief appearance there, which was just great seeing everybody and the city staff services that I have their display tables of city services, and it's just really a wonderful annual fair, if you will. And I came back here to attend the installation of the Board of Directors of ACCOC. Many of you hear me talk about the Associated California Cities of Orange County. I am now first vice president of the organization and work very hard to work with the other 33 cities of Orange County to bring a regional approach to solving some of our more pressing problems. And on tonight's agenda, we will be discussing one of those items related to homelessness. And I think I've covered all the announcements. So let's proceed. Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 12. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Before we begin, I just want to say, I said this at the beginning of the study session, that consent item number 1, the minutes for the April 9th, 2019 meeting, City Council meeting, will be put over to our next meeting, which is May 14th, at which time they will be returning to their familiar format with more fulsome explanation and recitation of the public comment. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for making that change. So if anyone is here to comment on that, please know we will be going back to the standard format that you appreciate so well. Okay, council, any items to pull from the consent calendar? Mr. Avery?
I have none, but I do have a recusal on item 7 due to
Okay.
interest.
All right, Mr. Duffield.
I also have item 7. I move to recuse myself on real property interests.
Mr. Muldoon.
Recuse myself on items 5 and 6 based on a real property interest. My home was within 500 feet.
Ms. Brenner. You're good. Mr. Herdman.
I have none.
And Mayor Pro Tem.
None.
All right. And I have nothing to pull.
Okay.
Do you have a motion?
I do. So I move the balance of the consent calendar with number 1 being continued, number 5 showing a recusal from Councilmember Muldoon, number 6 showing a recusal from Councilmember Muldoon, and number 7 showing recusals from Councilmembers Avery and Duffield.
All right.
Second.
Okay. Any public comments on the consent calendar? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and I would like to thank you for giving the clerk direction on item number 1, so I don't need to comment on that. There are 2 items, though, I did want to provide an additional comment on. One is item number 3, which is the new ordinance which you would be adopting tonight, which imposes a limit on the time to complete residential construction. And the comment I wanted to make is that the proposal is that construction would be limited to a 3-year period with a possibility of extensions of 6 months added on to the basic 3 years. The comment I wanted to make sure you understand is the ordinance as written. The first extension is granted by a hearing officer if the city resident provides an explanation of extenuating circumstances to this hearing officer and the hearing officer denies the extension, they then become in violation of something. And as written, there is no appeal of that decision by the hearing officer. I didn't really hear you discuss that, and I'm kind of doubtful that that's what you want. But you may go ahead with it anyway. The entire thing is going to need to be readopted later this year because there will be new building codes and you will be reamending those. But if that was not what you intended, I think that should be fixed. And then the second item I wanted to comment on was item number 8, which is a raft of on-call professional engineering agreements. And I just feel that kind of on-call contracts have kind of they've proliferated way beyond what they were originally intended for. In this case, there were a number of firms that the city staff had provided for them a retainer of $40,000 a year. For the original 3 years, it's now been allowed that they can go to 5 years. They're asking you, the council, to increase the amount that the staff can spend without much oversight, actually without any oversight, to $90,000 a year on these various firms. I personally think that's a problem. With all other contracts, they're publicly posted. People know what the outside contractor is being engaged for. And as a partial mitigation of this, I would make a suggestion, which is accompanying this. You might want to direct the staff, when these contracts are used, they're open-ended. The staff issues what's called, or the contractor, what's called a letter proposal, and that actually specifies what the work is going to be and the amount. It would be good for those letter proposals to be submitted to the city clerk so that she can append them to the contract. And then when people go online and look at the contract, they will not only see that there was an amount approved in advance, they will actually see what the money is being spent for. So if we're going this way of proliferating these, I think we should do that to restore transparency to our contracting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, bring it back here. Simone, do you want to just comment on the ordinance, or Simone, on the appeal or lack of appeal on a zoning hearing process? On number 3.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor. It is item 3, which is the ordinance for adoption, which sets a 3-year time limit. You know, an applicant who has a construction project and is running into difficulties, they have 3 years to finish the project. If they're finding themselves they're not going to finish within 3 years, they can apply for an extension through a hearing officer. And that hearing officer is an independent individual. It's not a city staff member. It's somebody that's designated by the city manager, and we go through an RFP process to hire this administrative hearing officer. And their sole job is to hear the testimony from the applicant, and at the same time, we're going to do a public notice to make sure the community's input is included in that hearing. And that hearing officer is going to have that expertise to render an actual either an extension or not an extension. And that hearing officer can extend the permit twice, each time for 180 days. After that, after the 4 years, if they still haven't finished that project, it'll go to the city council. So ultimately, it will go to the city council. But the hearings officer's decision, his expertise is really based on hearing all the input from everybody. So I think it's a good process, and it's a fair process that we've established.
Well, good. Thank you very much. Any other comments on here? Should we vote? Okay.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item number 3, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, adding section 15.02.095 to the Newport Beach Municipal Code, setting time limits to complete construction. That's ordinance number 2019-8. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Public comments are invited on non-agenda items generally considered to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record.
Are there any public comments on non-agenda items? Please come forward. Hi.
Hi, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council of Newport Beach. My name is Carly Zamani. I am a licensed real estate agent and loan officer in Orange County. I am here this evening to petition the City Council on behalf of my clients, Juan and Diana Dang. I was the buyer's agent for a recent purchase that they made of a duplex located at 124 Agate on Balboa Island in Newport Beach. And my clients have purchased an electrical engineering company in Lake Forest and relocated here from the Bay Area. They are currently residing in the bottom unit of the duplex. The city denied the owner's application when he submitted it months ago for a short-term lease permit. I am requesting that we be granted this permit so they can more easily lease the upstairs unit. I have had multiple inquiries for short-term, 1 week, less than 1 month vacation rentals, and it has been on the market since November. There is a hotel directly across from the property and short-term lease options all over the island. If it is being denied due to parking, the property can accommodate off-street parking up to 4 spots because of where the duplex is located on the lot. It sits back on the lot and can have 4 different cars that would be able to park in front of the duplex. So it is our plea that this permit be granted because the owner will be managing the property from the unit below, and he'll be able to oversee anyone coming and going from the upstairs unit. They're excited to be part of the Newport Beach and Balboa Island residents, and I'm here to ask for the exception on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't I have Mr. Simone Georges, who's the head and director of our planning and community development, meet with you afterwards, or aside. You could meet. He's walking there, back there, if you'd like to speak with him. Thank you very much. Next, public comment on non-agenda items, please.
Hello, my name is Diana Miner, and thank you all for making time to hear me speak this evening. I am a resident of Lido Isle. I've been a homeowner there for 29 years. Feel very privileged and fortunate and blessed to be in such a beautiful community, but have seen changes going on over the years that I feel are ones that hopefully we won't continue to make. The village, which has been suffering over the years, is now very vibrant, and the development of that village has come together really nicely. But the parking to support that village is very sad. Being a resident on Lido, many of the people that could not find appropriate parking within the city or in the structure park on Lido Isle. we've experienced some crime increase lately. Managing coming on and off the island is frightening. People leave the island at a certain speed, and the Lido Sailing Club is on the right-hand side. Land Sea Villas are on the left-hand side being developed. There's a crosswalk that's blinded by trees and vehicles that park on the side of the street as you're leaving the island. There's going to be a fatal accident there very, very soon because the flashing lights at the next sidewalk, people don't always hit that sidewalk to cross the street. Workers just jaywalk the streets all day long, crossing from one side to the other without regard to the vehicles that are going in both directions at speeds from 25 up to 45 miles an hour. The Land Sea development is probably another thing that everybody's happy to see. It shows growth, and I'm a realtor, and I'm all in support of that. But I feel like we've really missed the ball on the infrastructure to make this a safe, visited community with walkable restaurants and retail stores. But the implications to the community, particularly Lido, with over 900 homes, is we're feeling the impact tremendously. So I'm just coming forward as a concerned resident. We have homelessness issues. I know it's a topic of concern for all of us, but people don't realize that there are homeless people that come on to Lido in the middle of the night to sleep. It's just things that could be avoided, safeguards that could be put into place. Like, for example, originally, Via Lido was supposed to be incoming traffic with the exiting traffic going down 32nd Street. When Land Sea is done being developed, there will be at least 200 to 300 people additionally within that community. How are we going to handle all that influx of residents and vehicles and do it safely? Something needs to be done right away.
Thank you. Thanks, Diana. Next public comment on non-agenda item, please.
Good evening, Mayor Council, Denise Oberman. I was very pleased to hear that the city is trying to pay more attention to the issue of the need for construction controls. I know there's talk relative to the building sizes. I'm here to talk about another type of more insidious but equally important thing, and that is the building controls through the permitting and development process. I'm going to use myself as an example. So I was living in my house where there were no property disputes with anybody for many years, actually over 25 years, and there were no issues tied to the property lines or the boundaries for over 60 years. I had some new neighbors come in and would not disclose their plans. So I was called by my neighbor one day from behind me to tell me that they had torn down the property fence and they were over excavating my property. I've got pictures and I tried to submit them at the last session. Maybe I could submit them into record today. So I enlisted the city's help. I began a journey which started in the summer of 2015, and it's still not over. Unfortunately, the city was reluctant and, quite candidly, sadly, unwilling to help me, and I could not work it out with my neighbors, and I was forced to litigation. So I'm just going to list briefly a series of things that the city failed to do in its administration. The city performed a remonumentation in the alley where there was utility undergrounding work and a repaving. The monument was wrong. I brought it up to the city staff and asked them to take care of it, and they insisted that it was right. They did nothing about it. Secondly, the city does have an ordinance which, or a guideline policy which requires that 4 permanent survey tags be placed in the 4 corners of a property where there is new construction. This was not done at the new property. Again, I brought this up. The city did nothing about it, and this is supposed to be done before grading starts. It's a good procedure because at the front end, it can help to prevent any issues associated with erroneous determinations of the property line and any problems with construction. So in response to that, that was also not done. Next, the city staff, and this actually happened in the planning department, saw that there was a problem with the survey maps that my neighbor had submitted. And they brought it up to the owner and the owner's agents, but did nothing about it. So the consequence of those erroneous survey maps were that my property was taken away. And I tried to deal with the city to correct it. It created a survey document that had a situation that demarcated wrongly, and the wrongly has been ratified. So my property was taken away from me. The city granted a certificate of occupancy against my objection to these people, and then ran out to cover its tracks. The city staff is still trying to cover its tracks, and I am asking the council to do the right thing and cure this situation for me. I now have lost possession of my property, and even though the survey has been ratified by the court after some $400,000 and 3.5+ years of my life, and I think this should never happen to anybody again. There's no excuse for it. It's been a violation of my property rights, and I'm sad. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, non-agenda items. Please come forward.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sharon Corson. I'm a resident of 2 homes and owner of 2 homes in Newport Heights. Number one thing I'd like to request, especially in light of the fact that we just got advertised all over the place as far as our 2 murders on 15th Street, there by Newport Harbor High School. I'd like to request that we get more neighborhood meetings scheduled as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Avery was really an awesome person that got this started in the first place. I'd like to indicate that we have a parking area there that would be would fit for everybody, and also make it a more situation would be more attended by, or encourage to attend, more people to attend, know each other and what's going on, because the area is really small, and as far as people that interact with each other, and we need to get that changed. The other thing I wanted to bring up was I just recently did some investigation as far as a parking permit. My 2 properties that are there right there, right Newport Harbor High School in the Heights, have the 2-hour, one of the 2-hour restrictions for parking in the front there by the school. I've school people complaining all the time, and also residents around my properties there complaining all the time, because I have one renter that chose to get a group parking, filed for group parking situation illegally, as far as I can tell, for Zone 2 right there. They take the car and they park it out there, even though they have 2 spaces in the garage and 2 spaces in front of the garage on my property there as a renter, and they take this group parking and they put down there, they park the car there 24/7. So the neighbors are really coming after me, as well as the people that attend the school over there, because they have to go in and out for different things, career education or whatever they do. Anything they can think of, as far as things they have to get a hold of. Okay, so that's something that needs to get investigated. Also, the police department has not really responded to me very well over the last year or so. Newport Beach Police Department. I don't see them happening at all as far as things are concerned. I asked for have asked for vandalism reports through my attorney, as well as people that have encouraged to get vandalism reports, because I have people that are terrorizing me, basically, as far as getting taking paperwork, the SDOs on it, folding them before, putting powder inside of it. Had to go to the emergency room, to Hogue, as a result of me opening up just one of those 10 to 15 pieces of paper. After glass had been crushed along my front gate, grass had been clustered along my garage for me to run over with tires and expire the tires. Okay, it's a crazy land. Because I have a police report come over. The police person would not. I was the one that called the police department. Police person that came over was dressed luckily in a uniform, but wouldn't identify themselves. okay, gentlemen? And also requested that I would call back if the person would respond to my lawyer and my request for a vandalism report, because they had painted over the windows with all kinds of crazy stuff, as well as having whiteboards, the front property right there, saying all kinds of nasty things about the homeowner. They're not true, okay? And
Could you conclude your comments, please?
Sure, I would. And Hogue, as well as was eventually referred over to Newport Harbor, or UCI, pardon me, UCI for the second person as far as the dermatologist is concerned, with all my nastiness that happened to be. Okay.
Okay.
We need to get some reports, police reports. Police are responding to homeowners rather than responding to the people that are there. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Public comments, non-agenda items. Anyone else would like to speak? Please come forward.
Thank you for having me speak today. I'm
Could
here
you please identify yourself?
Janice Grace, 2007 Port Cardiff Place. I'm here to talk about the proposed condo/apartment project that is proposed for the end of Ford Road by the tennis courts. It's kind of a recent thing that the residents are made aware of, but it also seems like something that the developer is very interested in having passed through pretty quickly. And it seems like the project is being presented as if the entire Port Street community is in favor of the project, and that's far from the case. I want to say that I'm a 20-year resident of the Port Street area, and I was in the Flower Streets beforehand. I was a resident of the city of Newport Beach at the time when there was a big push from the community to allow for more open space and park areas along Ford Road and in the community in general. And that's how Bonita Canyon Park became developed over time. So with this project, there's a number of concerns, and I'm not sure if the council really is aware of all the concerns that the community has with this project. I want to start with the fact that I guess his name is Mr. Lawler. It's my understanding that Mr. Lawler, who represents the developer, is a resident of the Port Streets, and he presents the project as if it's going to be a great place for grandparents and divorcees to live, and that's why we should all, vote in favor of the project. But that's far from the truth. Most of the people that live in that community are really against this project for a number of reasons. The most serious of which is the traffic hazard. They're planning to put, if you look at the development, I brought a picture here so that you can have an understanding of how tight that turn area is. See the two big arrows? That's 25 feet. What they're proposing is a sloped driveway that goes into a cul-de-sac where the general plan of the city never planned to have another driveway. It goes across a bike path that I use very often, and a number of people in the community use very often. And so you're talking about 21 new units having a driveway, and all the UPS delivery trucks and all the other traffic activity that would service 21 new units being dumped out into a cul-de-sac where there was never a general plan to have another driveway. So that new driveway would be within maybe 30 feet of the entrance to the park that we all take our kids to soccer. So aside from the hazard of the driveway, that area is already congested with tons of traffic anyway. That parking lot to that park does not accommodate the traffic and the parking that is needed for the current use of that park. I have a couple more comments. The other thing is...
Please conclude it quickly.
I will. There's a worry that Mr. Lawler, there's a conflict of interest. I think that he's a former city official, so for the Planning Commission and the City Council to be listening to comments from him seems to me to be a direct conflict of interest. So I ask that the city really look back to the community in 1996 and 1997 when the city promised to have open areas reserved for the community. I ask that the city continue to keep that promise.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Georges, you're saying that. Would you just want to explain the process? I think this project was just presented to a study session at the Planning Commission, and just what's the path forward?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You're correct. Last Thursday, the the Ford Road project was presented to the Planning Commission. It was just a study session. There was no decisions made. Public comments were taken from the community. The Planning Commissioners made comments. The applicant is taking the project back and answering some of those public comment questions. We anticipate that the project will be presented to the Planning Commission for their consideration probably either late May or early June. We're still trying to refine that schedule at this time.
Okay, so the community will continue to be posting those public meeting discussions?
That's correct, and it is a general plan amendment too, so eventually if the Planning Commission does recommend approval, it'll come to the City Council.
Okay, very good. Next speaker, public comments, non-agenda items, please.
Hi, my name is Liz Morgan, and I've been a resident of Newport Beach for 21 years and currently I have lived in the Port Streets for the last 21 years. I'm also addressing the same issue that Janice Grace spoke about. I just wanted to clarify that it's a little confusing to the residents right now where we can comment and when we can comment on this proposed project that sort of just all came about, and everyone's trying to figure out from the city website how to explain our feelings about this property development. And let me just say a couple things. I was confused about it, and I watched the April 18th, I guess that was the Planning Commission hearing about the proposed
study session.
So I watched it today, the whole thing, and a couple things really struck me. One is that Mr. Lawler, who's representing the Hines Company, this huge developer, he was a former planning commissioner for the city of Newport Beach. And while watching his presentation, he seemed very cozy here and very comfortable with the city. I guess it was the planners who they were speaking to, like he has an inside track. So it's, I don't know if it's conflict of interest, but the other thing that was a problem is he represented himself in the slides that he lives in the Port Streets, and he was representing the neighbors of the Port Streets. I can tell you that he does not represent the Port Streets. He said in a slideshow, and listen to the verbal comments, that he said that people walking by open space, the underutilized space in a utility building, it really bothers them. Well, I can tell you for 20 years, I've been walking by that open space, and it is actually really nice to see in Newport Beach that we're not all concrete and condos. So I'm not sure who his neighbors are that he said he spoke to would like to see more development done right outside of our neighborhood, but I don't think he's speaking for the majority of our neighborhood, especially. In one of his comments said that there needs to be more apartments or condos. He wasn't specific about what he was building for grandparents and divorcees from the Port Streets. This doesn't make any sense because right across the street there's a huge apartment complex already on the corner of MacArthur and Bonita Canyon. So last, I would just love to see the city approach AT&T again. I know that they did several years ago to find out if we can continue to expand the park into some of that underutilized territory next to their utility building. And I realize that I guess it was really expensive before, but I would really like to see if the city would go back and maybe try and negotiate with AT&T. Perhaps they could donate the property. It's for city goodwill, for parks, or whatever that would fall under. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Non-agenda items, please come forward. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Muldoon?
Yeah, thank you. Just for the record, I had stepped out when staff had addressed this issue. AT&T, I just found out today, is the owner of this property. I have not discussed this issue with anyone yet, so upon finding that out, just to recuse myself, the abundance of caution, I'm in the telecommunications industry, and AT&T is a vendor, so that's why I stepped out.
All right. Thank you.
I think the next couple speakers may be on the same topic.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Sure.
I'll be in the back having coffee.
I had no idea I would be here. My name is Bobby Robinson. I live in the Port Streets almost 40 years, and I've been working with Tony Bryan to help slow down the traffic coming into the port streets. And I'm only here to say that Ford Road cannot tolerate more speeding traffic with a soccer field right there. And then at the end of the street, there's a park, because you know that nobody drives the speed limit around here. And in the middle of the night, they're speeding up and down Ford Road. My house does back up to it. I live on Port Sheffield, and it's tolerable now, but it won't be if they add another 21 dwellings at the end of the street and increase traffic. It won't. Somebody will get hurt. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Please come forward.
Hi, thank you for having us. My name is Carol Hatch. I'm a 24-year resident of Newport Beach, about 22 years in the port streets. I was involved in 96 and 97 when the city was annexing Irvine into Newport Beach, and that whole development area we called Banana back then. That whole area was zoned in the city of Irvine. Newport took it over, I think, is my understanding, with some of the similar type zoning that was going to be there was zoned for school and affordable housing back then. When the city of Newport Beach took it over, we lobbied and got the residents banded together, and we were able to get that whole area park and zoned for soccer fields, baseball fields, and the park at the end of the street with the tennis courts and everything. There's one sub-area, too, that also is in that so-called sub-area 4, I believe, if it's still zoned the same way from back then, that is designated as open space. I think that's sort of maybe right to the front of the AT&T building, and nobody really addressed that AT&T building back then. I don't think anybody thought that it would get sold, part of it, and then be developed. I'm not quite sure about how that all works, but I do know from living on that side of this neighborhood, we exit and enter out of there every day. If you go on to that street on a weekend, any given afternoon, when every single field is baseball, soccer, and everything, there's cars all the way lying down Ford Road. There's nowhere to park. There's no way to turn around. You have to drive all the way down and turn around. There's a three-way stop that's kind of awkward. You can't see over the hill at the cul-de-sac, so it's a blind intersection coming out of our neighborhood. And then on the weekends, when there actually is a planned sporting event, the people are parking on Port Sheffield inside and outside loop because there's no parking along the street there all the way down the baseball field. So I can't imagine if you added another development in there that there would be enough parking. And those people who would, if they don't have a visitor parking, will probably park in the public parking area that's designated now for the pickleball, tennis courts, and the basketball court. I would obviously love to see it be open space and or have the city readdress the property to purchase it and utilize it for more parks and recreation that our kids need. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any comments? Please come forward.
Sandra Ayers. I live in Newport Heights. First, I want to say thank you, and I will try to always say thank you when I come forward to speak to you, because for those of you that step forward to take these positions and give your time and all the things that you do, it's very appreciated of your time and talents for our city. I understand that 2 positions are coming available on the Planning Commission in June. So I'm standing up here asking you to please make an effort to reflect what you're hearing out here from people. The city is being very impacted. Citizens are being very impacted no matter what neighborhood you're in. Between Lido, Corona del Mar, Newport Heights, the Peninsula, Balboa Island, the development is staggering, and our quality of life is being affected. So I'm just asking where the Planning Commission is really, where so many decisions are made that people here don't even really understand until you really have an issue to go, oh my gosh, I have to step up and try to figure it out. And by that time, that horrible building on Old Newport Boulevard, that's that big monstrosity of a thing, is built, and it's too late. So really, please, reflect your citizenry when you're looking at these applications coming forward, and have it reflect the vision of your citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please, on non-agenda items.
Sorry, Councilman Muldoon, you'll have to step to the back again. My name's Jacob Fergetch. I'm a 26-year resident and homeowner of the Port Streets. First, thank you for all of your service to the community. I really appreciate that. I'm going to try not to repeat things that were said before, but I think the main thing is the property in question is very small, and what is proposed is way over the top. So if and when something does come to this committee, and we now understand the process a little better, just be cognizant that there's a lot of input that's going to be required to make something like that happen. And just a last-minute flurry of emails in the Port Street Yahoo group, brought forth a dozen people here. Sorry for my dress. Next time I'll wear a suit. I'll have time to change. I didn't get a chance to tonight. But I just have a lot of concerns over the density, over the parking, over all of these issues that they brought up. I'm familiar with the area. I bicycle on that bike path at least a couple times a week. I actually, about 4 hours ago, walked the property with my dog. I walked from my house. I'm about a mile or more. It's not immediately adjacent to me, but I went down there and said, what is this stink about? It's a small piece of land. So if you change the zoning and if you go with some sort of residential, just make sure that it's something that the community can support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Georges, does this project have an EIR component to it?
There's a CEQA component to it. It's a mitigated neg deck, which doesn't get circulated, so it does comply with CEQA.
Okay. Any other public comments on non-agenda items? Please come forward.
As the last comment, people were asking how to comment on this. I believe the mitigated negative declaration is open for comment currently, and it's just one aspect of the project, whether it has environmental impacts or not. And it's a little tedious for the average citizen to read those, but I think they can, and I think there's a deadline like of May 8th to submit comments to the planner.
And Mr. Mosier corrected me. He's right. It is circulated for the mitigated neg deck. It's not an EIR.
And where can people find this?
We have it on our website. We do have printed copies that they can look at in the City Hall and at the library.
At the City Hall, at the City Clerk's?
Yes, correct.
Yes? Okay. All right. So just so everyone knows, the public process began with a study session at the Planning Commission, and we'll come back to the Planning Commission, as Mr. Georges said, late May, maybe June. The Planning Commission will be obviously a public hearing. At that time, will the negative CEQA document be discussed at that time too, or is there a separate hearing?
No, that's correct. It'll be all discussed at that hearing.
And I encourage you to participate in that process and just continue to follow the calendar. So you're actually, I probably should make this, we should probably make this announcement every so often to remind people that they can be alerted to these meetings. If you go to the city website and you could just type in the search area that you want to sign up for city notices, and we'll take you to the page on the city website where you could check check boxes for every single public meeting, whether it's a city council, planning commission, any committee, you could check that box and you will receive the official public notice for every public meeting that you would like to attend. All right. Any other public comments? Please come forward. Well, you already spoke. I couldn't hear all of that. It's just that it was confusing. It will be noticed by the next event related to this project will be the Planning Commission meeting. Is that correct? And it will be a public meeting. I don't know.
So we haven't done any public noticing yet to take any further action. So there's no action going to be taken at the next meeting for the Ford project. So, and there will be a public notice for this. We're in a comment period for the MND. So again, it is late May, early June before any hearing that's taking place.
So you're right on schedule. Just keep being aware of when these meetings are. Okay, ma'am. Okay, I can't really talk that way. All right. Any other public comments? Non-agenda items? See none. Come back up here. Let's go to public hearing. Number 13, resolution on the community development block grant. Mr. Georges, and We have another update.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is our annual CDBG Block Grant Program. It is our 2019-2020 action plan. With me, I have Lauren Whitlinger. She is our real property administrator, and Clint Whitehead, who is our CDBG administrator. Lauren is going to go ahead and just do a really brief PowerPoint. We've got about 4 or 5 slides, and then we're happy to answer questions. This is where the council is actually appropriating CDBG funds to actual programs. So we'd love to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. As Simone mentioned, this is a summary of the recommendations for funding for the Community Development Block Grant Action Plan for fiscal year 2019-2020. In January, the city published a notice of funding availability in the Daily Pilot newspaper. In February, we received applications and reviewed the proposals and drafted the action plan. The draft action plan was published for public review and comment in March, 30 days in advance of this evening's hearing, which is required by HUD regulations. And subsequent to that draft action plan being published on the city's website, HUD did release the 2019-20 allocations. The city received additional funding over what we estimated, which is great. The public hearing this evening will determine how those funds are allocated. The action plan will be updated, and then we will submit that to HUD in advance of June 11th. The allocation, as I mentioned, was higher than we expected. It was about 2.5% higher. The city received an additional $8,990 for a total allocation of $367,434. That additional funding is still subject to the spending limits for the different categories of activities. So for administration, we're limited to spending 20% of the grant. For public services, we're limited to spending 15% of the grant, and the balance of the grant goes to capital programs. This is an outline of the suggested allocations for this cycle. Administration, 20% would be spent on program administration and fair housing services. The public services, the city received 5 grant applications and recommends funding 4 out of those 5 based on who was a grant recipient in past years. Court-appointed special advocates, or CASA, was a new applicant and are not being recommended for funding, but the city has reached out to them and provided additional information regarding community grant opportunities, special event grants, and the community grant. And then the capital programs section is put towards repayment of our Section 108 loan, and the balance will be determined for a future project. Steps after this evening is to submit the action plan to HUD, then work with the grant recipients on their grant agreements, get those executed, and then hold our annual workshop for those grant recipients, and have all of that done in advance of the new fiscal year commencing on July 1st. That concludes my presentation, but we're available for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions up here? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yep, just a couple. So the first one on the, one of the things in here that we discussed was that we're at the 5th year of a 5-year cycle. So would you mind just discussing what it looks like in the coming year when we need to do another 5-year cycle?
Yes, so in the next several months, we will be going out to an RFP to select a consultant to help us prepare the next 5-year action plan, of a consolidated action plan, and we'll bring that to you next year around the same time with the first of the 5-year action plan under that new consolidated plan.
Okay. One of the things that when I talk with the folks who have received the public services funding, the comment they make often is the same thing that we're looking at in our administration 20% cap, which is program administration and auditing for the federal funds is pretty onerous and it's very expensive. And so when we provide a an amount to some of these groups, half of it can go directly into audit expenses. And so I'd like to see us try not to donate, try not to allocate less than a certain amount. I don't know, maybe 10,000 in our next go round, because we've really got to make sure that the funds are going to the right place, which is into the community rather than into auditing. And to that point, one of the groups that's done a good job but is getting crushed on the audit expenses is Second Chance Orange County. So Second Chance Orange County has done a good job. We've given them some grant money. They've got a contract with Costa Mesa, and you're seeing a lot of our folks who are homeless in the communities getting jobs, which is the whole point of what they do. And they've done a good job of getting folks up and out and off the streets into good paying positions. So my recommendation, and I'm going to ask when it comes back, I'll probably make this motion. I'd actually like to take the amount that Second Chance Orange County is receiving, strip it out, which is $6,266, strip it out of this so they receive zero out of CDBG. And then we need to find as a council a way to make up the funding for Second Chance, given the past history they've already shown in Newport Beach to help with our homelessness situation. We need to find a way pretty soon to make that difference up, because I'd rather see that money going directly to the services rather than into auditing. And I'd rather, given that Council on Aging is 1,000 short and Families Forward is 5,000 short, and both of those groups are doing great jobs, I would actually reallocate the 6,200 and fully fund what's been requested on Council on Aging and Families Forward. And that leaves a delta of $266, which frankly I have no idea what to do with. So maybe you can give us a recommendation here, but when it comes back, that's what I'm going to make a motion on. But I'd very much like to see, but that being said, I do want to make sure we find a way to help fund Second Chance Orange County. They are doing a good job. I just don't want to see our money going to auditing costs rather than helping the homeless in our community. Thanks.
Any other comments up here? Oh, Mr. Muldoon.
Yes. The court-appointed special advocate, was that the group that was here earlier that presented? Oh, okay, CASA.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I think I met with them prior, went to law school with the director. Full disclosure, but I really like what they're doing for children. So I share Will's concerns because I met with Second Chance numerous times, supported last time them getting funds because it's solving the homelessness issue, and I believe that these are both groups that I'm interested in getting some funds to. The to be determined, I think I blanked on that part. Could you explain that to me again?
Councilmember Muldoon, if you could repeat that question, I'm sorry, I missed it.
To be determined, there's a sum there for $47,000?
Oh, that is could only be used for capital projects. We just don't have a capital project at this time. And so that'll be saved until the next allocation for next year.
Okay, thank you. Well, in essence, I support Councilman O'Neill's request, and I'm also looking for CASA to receive something as a benefit to the children in Newport Beach who have these issues. Proportionally, we're the same as any other city where there's a youth issue. That's all.
Well, let me just follow up on your point. I agree with you on CASA, well, on all these points. I think maybe an effective way, perhaps I recommended to them that they actually apply for one of our special grants directly through the city, then they don't have to go through this whole process. That's up to them, though, to decide. Any other comments up here? Ms. Brenner.
I'd just like to make sure that we are going to, could we do like a straw vote of the council to make sure that we are going to get this money back to Second Chance Orange County? I also have met with Deb Johnson, and they do a great job. So I agree with your intention. Is there a way that we can make sure that the rest of the council agrees with us on that moving forward?
Well, when it comes back after public comment, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem will make his motion.
But I mean, if we take it out of this without feeling certain that it will move forward, then
On the other
we've
side.
already taken it out of this.
Yeah,
You want to comment?
I can tell you, I would feel certain about that. And worst case scenario, we can have a handful of us pool some of our discretionary grant funding.
Those of you who this is probably my third or fourth year speaking on this, and I just always struggle with this because I am delighted with these grants that are given to organizations that are doing good work, and particularly, I think it's been fairly well validated that they're serving Newport Beach residents. I think that's true certainly on Age Well. I myself helped deliver meals the other day. I mentioned that 2 weeks ago, so I know that they're working with Oasis, the Council on Aging. I know that Newport Beach residents are treated and considered. I don't know, I just don't know simply on Families Forward. I just want to be sure that we're making that qualification that we are serving Newport Beach families. But more importantly, just to take through the numbers, if you'll indulge me. So this federal government, in their generosity, gives the city 358,444? Okay. And before we even receive the check, we know we're going to spend $73,000 to pay for someone to come in, and I know it's this gentleman here, his firm, to come in and audit it to make sure that everyone is complying with these programs. And I think compliance and auditing and compliance is really important. But we spend more on administration. I mean, this is true in the nonprofit world. When a nonprofit organization like a 501c3 spends more money than they give, more money on administration than what they donate or provide in services, there's a problem with that organization in terms of its overall fiscal responsibility and fiscal management and attention to doing the duty that they're supposed to do. So it troubles me that we are allocating $73,000 for compliance, and I'm sure you do a great job, but for that's more than what we give in our grants. But most importantly, this capital program, if you please go back to the prior slide. So the expenditure for the capital program, you think, oh, capital program, we're going to build something to help people that need help. And we don't know that program, and I agree, so $47,000 is not quite enough. We probably should let that accumulate for a couple of years to be able to do something significant. But it's the capital is the loan repayment. So the federal government gives and then takes it away. And what we're left with is just a little bit. So I'm not suggesting we don't do this, and for this reason is because if we don't do it, this money is federal money, it's going to go to some other community. So a little bit is important, and I accept that. I'm just ruminating on my frustrations that it doesn't make any sense to me, but probably very little from the federal government does. But anyway, I've just got to have my 3 minutes, and I appreciate you indulging me on that thought. So thank you. Is there any, Mr. Muldoon?
I just want to add that Newport Beach is a donor city to Uncle Sam, and this is not really us slicing up pork. This is sharing services to the own residents who pay this amount.
That's right. And
we get stuck a lot of times with these issues that the federal government does not handle. So for those in the audience, it may not be pretty to see, but it's part of trying to deal with our tax refund, if you will.
Yes, it's revenue sharing, so they're bringing it back. So thank you. Let's go out to the public. Any comments on this? Please come forward.
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. Regarding the large administration fee, it might be helpful for the audience because all the slides say administration 20% cap. That implies it could be a smaller amount than that. Yet I have the impression from past presentations somehow it has to be that much. So it's not only a ceiling, but it's a floor also. So it somehow is required to be 20%. It would be good to clarify if that is indeed the case. The slide just implies it's a maximum. The comment I was prepared to make or wanting to make is in going through the resolution that you are being asked to adopt, that the last appendix of it, there's a series of maps here at the end, which are called maps of target areas within our city. And going through the rest of the report, it didn't actually explain what the purpose of these target maps is or what their significance is. They appear to be showing areas where lower income families are concentrated. And I had the impression in the past that Balboa Village was the main place that we had where we had lower income families. But from this, I'm surprised to see there's other areas separate from that in quite different areas of the city that have much higher percentages shown on the map, so it would be good to get some clarification of that. And as to the disconnect between the maps and the programs, there's a series of pages in here that identifies what the target areas are for the different programs, like the public services. And they all say citywide, including on page 13-55, the program there is the Section 108 loan repayment, and it says the target area that benefits is citywide. I thought the loan that we've been repaying these many years was entirely for improvements in Balboa Village, which I thought was our most disadvantaged area. So I'm curious why that says citywide. I'm also curious how this item, if there's any interaction between this item and the next one on your agenda, which is about the Housing Finance Trust, because that staff report says that involves some CDBG money also. And I'm wondering if the city's allocation is going to be divided between this program and the other program, or that is other CDBG money that's going into the housing, the county-wide trust. And then finally, of things I have hard to connect are for the last 5 years, our report has this picture of a building on the front of it, and I'm not quite sure what that building is or how it's related to our CDBG program. So perhaps somebody could explain what the cover photo is.
I wondered
Thank
the same
you.
thing. Any other public comments? Please come forward, coming back up here. Any comments from the dais? Seeing none, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. I'd like to move staff recommendation with a modification of the public services to show zeroed out for Second Chance Orange County. Add, I kind of needed that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem in the L5A, we did get a higher allocation. So Lauren, if you can go ahead and show the slide of the higher allocation. No, going back. There's an additional $1,349 that we can apply to programs that is not reflected in the staff report, because the federal government gave us the allocation after the staff report was written. So there's a little bit of additional funds that can be allocated.
Does CASA have,
right there.
Let's talk about CASA for a second. So CASA is pretty well established, has been around for a while. Are they being funded by CDBG funding anywhere else, so that when they are doing their own auditing, it will have a situation where they're spreading out the costs so that we're actually seeing the money that we allocate go in a direction that would be helpful to the people they're actually trying to serve?
I'm going to have Clint White, our administrator, earn his money tonight.
Yes, Councilman O'Neill.
It's very expensive.
Earlier this evening, CASA was awarded a CDBG public service grant by the City of Irvine City Council, somewhere in the neighborhood of $13,000 to $14,000. And I believe they also received CDBG funding from other cities in Orange County.
You know, I'm going to make a modification. Then here's my motion. So my motion is to approve staff recommendation with a modification on the public services to zero out Second Chance Orange County and provide the the money that was to be allocated to Second Chance Orange County into CASA.
I second, and that's what I was going to ask you to do. I appreciate it very much, Will. Thank you.
Well, can I just make a question to that? Is so that 60, whatever that was, 6,600, but you say we have 13.
Yeah, 1349 as listed up there, additional funding to allocate.
Can we allocate that to CASA as well?
Yes. Yes, we can.
I amend the motion.
Okay. Second. All right, let's vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, current business, number 14, the consideration of the Joint Powers Authority with the County of Orange and other Orange County cities to create a housing finance trust. And staff will present, and I believe we have a representative ACCOC here. Would like to come forward too, please?
Forgot how all this works. Hi, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Dave Kiff. I'm the interim executive director with ACCOC. I just have about 2 more weeks left, so. Yeah, exactly.
Say your name again.
I was joking back there. I said, I was thinking I'd never have to go through another CDBG meeting, but
Not so fast.
Anyway, I certainly defer to you folks if you'd like this PowerPoint. I think it takes about 7 to 8 minutes, but I could also just dive right in if you had questions about the Housing Finance Trust.
Does anyone need to see the PowerPoint? Just dive right in if that's, okay, good.
You don't, or you do?
No, go, do
okay, all right.
do your dive
So basically, a housing trust is a repository of funds dedicated just for housing, and there's about 700 of them in the United States, and at least 12 big ones in California. The biggest one is the Housing Trust of Silicon Valley. The Orange County Housing Finance Trust was created by AB 448, which our association sponsored last year, and it kind of sets up the parameters. It basically says it's a public governing board of elected officials, and it's intended to kind of grab Prop 1 and other funds from the state. What you're looking at today is the Joint Powers Agreement. The Joint Powers Agreement spells out a number of things, including the governance and including membership and membership responsibilities. There's just a few distinctions I won't dive into between other documents that you'd see that we've worked on that would have to do with the bylaws for the JPA. But tonight, if you were to agree to it, the mayor would execute the Joint Powers Agreement, making Newport the 7th city to join, because I was just at Mission Viejo and they joined tonight too. This is kind of how it's formed. The county started it first on March 12th, and then 5 cities went next as of last week, and then Mission Viejo joined the trust tonight, and if Newport does as well. It's reached the 3-city threshold. That's what it needed in order to actually convene the first meeting. And then the City Selection Committee, which meets on May 16th, and Mayor Dixon is a member of that, would then appoint members to the trust governing board. And then eventually, within a couple of months, the goal is to secure Prop 1 funds from the state. And it's really about Orange County linking arms as one big entity and kind of being as important in the room as Los Angeles or the Bay Area or San Diego, and securing our share of funds for specifically for supportive housing for persons who are chronically homeless, to make sure they're never homeless again. So we think we're going to ask for about $100 million, and we're hoping to get all that, some of that. That's a lot of money coming down to Orange County just from Prop 1. And then there'd be a call for projects by fall of 2019. And then it comes to the governing board for award. I'll run through this fairly quickly. There's some issues and questions that come up. Can debt be issued by the trust? No. Hiring of staff. The hiring of staff can only be contractors. So, and the county itself is going to cover the first year's costs, and the county intends to use Prop 1 money to actually cover some of those costs, and that's acceptable to do. One of the things the city's been working on are ways to keep costs down. One way is to ensure that we get qualified contract personnel. A city could also choose to host the trust contract personnel. What's unknown right now about the cost, though, is how many cities will join and how much Prop 1 funds might offset those costs, and what would the apportionate process be. We're still talking about a fairly small amount of money. So in this next slide, I went through 4 different scenarios. I'm going to bounce back and forth. And a medium-sized city like Newport, depending on the cost scenario, this is if 28 cities join, it's anywhere from $5,000 to $2,000 a year after the first year. And then kind of worst case scenario, if only about 15 cities join, it's about $12,000 to $5,000 a year. Why is the board the way it is? It's set up through negotiations. This was a kind of challenging negotiations between cities and Supervisor Doe, who was representing the county. And basically the county said, we carry a lot of money to the table, so we should get 4 of the 9 votes. Cities would get 5 of the 9 votes. There are actually 2 housing trusts. You may have seen this in the news a little bit. Disney gave $5 million to the private housing trust. The trusts have different purposes. Just the private trust tends to try to loan money and get it paid back. in order to keep the revolving fund in existence and keep the principal. The public trust, which we're talking about here, is intended more to grant funds. Again, go to Sacramento, get as much as we can for Orange County, and then grant it to projects. Cities can leave the trust with 6 months' notice. The money that the trust will likely have, I mentioned Prop 1, cities can put their SB2 funds in there. That's the documentary transfer tax just from willing cities. It can't accept private donations. And again, we think when you link that with the county's Mental Health Services Act funds, there could be as much as $150 million available within a year or so. Cities don't have to come to the table, like Newport doesn't have to say, in order to be at the table, we have to promise a number of projects. There's no requirement. There's no requirement that you come to the table with project money either. Good question I keep getting from other cities. Will this help us with our RENA numbers, or Regional Housing Need Assessment numbers? Yes, it would if you were able to cite the units in your community. No, it probably wouldn't if you contributed money towards a regional solution. Although, as we say that, the state's kind of looking at that differently. So a couple of years down the line, maybe that does help us with RENA numbers again down the line. And these are just the reasons to join, and I'll conclude. If you feel like you want to see more supportive housing built in your community, it's a great reason to join. If you're not sure what we want yet, but we want to be at the table, that's also a good reason. You've got money you might want to put in the regional solution, that's a good one. And then some cities will just say, hey, you know what, we want to show others we're participating. So those are all good reasons to join. I don't see a lot of reasons not to join. I'll be candid with you about that. Again, happy to answer your questions, and thank you for listening.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. Grace and Dave, this must be what it feels like when two popes are in the room in Rome. I'm feeling kind of confused.
Am I Benedict?
Yeah, you will be Benedict, that's right. And just, Dave, to give us some history on this, I believe at first it was to be structured as a debt instrument, and that's changed, correct?
That's correct.
I just want the voters to know, the residents to know, because at first I think it was more controversial. Now, essentially, this is the county claiming what should get, in a way, an allocation and tax fund sent to Sacramento returned to us.
That's correct.
For distribution.
Yeah.
And do you have, you said you can't think of any downsides, but I know you've got one or two.
I think if this is set up like a big bureaucracy at the county level, I don't want to be derogatory towards our county friends because they've been willing partners in this, but if this starts to have a staff of 10, I think it needs 2.5 or 1.5 people, but then it could become cumbersome. So, but that's why I think all the 5 city reps and all the city members need to be really strong about making sure the spirit of this is contract, minimal, no new bureaucrisy.
Okay, but it's not infallible.
It's not infallible like
that's a Vatican.
Francis.
That's right.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave. It's great to see you.
Mr. Avery.
Dave, what if anything?
This is a really competitive pot of money that we're going after, and the big trusts that are out there, again, Housing Trust of Silicon Valley, and I think you guys were probably reading, like I was, the LA Times this morning, talking about Los Angeles and Measure HHH and how they don't quite have enough funds, so they're going to go after Prop 1, and yet, so that's it. Will we be able to get enough funds to do what we want to do? A great legislative presence from our delegation, both Republicans and Democrats, and they all seem to be behind that. And then a really strong, competent trust that reflects the broadness of Orange County. So lots of city members, I think, will help us do that. We have not heard no from anyone. We've heard a number of them say we want to watch and see who joins, and then we'll join later. There's only a few cities that want to be on the bleeding edge, and that was Fullerton and Orange and Buena Park. Yeah. You're welcome.
Ms. Brenner.
Dave, this role reversal is just really weird. It seems so strange after all those years of standing at that mic and talking to you. I just have a question. If you were still our city manager, what other options would we have? I mean, this to me seems like it's almost our only option.
It's a good question, and some cities will say, we could do this on our own, and we have let me give the example of Anaheim and Santa Ana, and say Garden Grove. They have a really robust housing authority, and they're used to doing this, so they could go to Sacramento on their own and try to secure those funds and bring them back to their community. A city like Newport, while we kind of dip our toes into the housing waters gently. It's harder to do, and that's why linking arms in this sense, I think, is going to be easier for a city like Newport that doesn't have a big housing authority staff.
Is there still an incentive for cities like Garden Grove, though, to join this group? Would they be more powerful, do you think, in a group like this?
Yes, and they're all joining. Anaheim has it on their agenda, the first meeting in June. Santa Ana also in June, and Garden Grove later in May.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
So the way that the 5 representatives from the cities, in reading through the staff report, it'll be the city with the greatest population in the North Service Planning Area, which will be Anaheim if they jump on. The central, which will be Santa Ana. We're in the central on this one.
That's right.
And then the south, which would be Irvine. Is Irvine signed on?
Irvine has not, but they've told me they'll put it on their agenda also.
Right, so currently Mission Viejo. So then there are two more open seats for that. So assume for a moment that I guess we don't have to assume that we do have money though that comes down from the state into this. If we were as a city willing to put in a shelter somewhere in the city, maybe in an SB2 zone or somewhere, what would be the process through this where we would need to come in and apply for so I guess I'm not sure how does the money flow?
So I don't want to parse what you said too much, but there is plenty of shelter money outside of the housing trust and Prop 1. The Governor Newsom is pushing out, so that would actually be a separate type of process. But if you said we want to build a navigation center plus 12 permanent supportive housing units, this would be a great vehicle for that. And basically, once the trust has the money assigned to it, the trust would issue a call for projects and say, the applicants would come forward saying, I may have 5 of the 7 sources of funds that I need, tax credits, maybe CDBG, maybe SB2 funds from a city, and I just need the gap of 2 to 5 million more. Trust, here's the project, and the governing board would approve that.
So Costa Mesa just approved they just purchased a property, and they're turning it into a navigation center.
Right.
And so as they are building this out, would they have the opportunity to go in and apply for a grant like this? If assume for a moment they didn't do their whole amount, they'd be able to do some. They could come into the housing trust and say, hey, here's what we've got. We'd love to expand, and we can use your money to do so.
Right. Their site that they're looking at is so big that they could do a navigation center and permanent supportive housing, and I think that's their intent, is to square away the navigation center first and then apply for funds like from the trust for the.
Thanks. Interesting.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Welcome.
Don't go too far, because we'll come back. Questions to the public. Would you like to come forward, please, if you have any questions about the housing trust proposal? Mr. Mosier, are you coming? No? All right. Well, come on up.
Yes, I don't want to embarrass the previous speaker, but
He's just old times never die.
in the proposed bylaws for this organization, in the first paragraph, it states the name of the organization wrong. It says Orange County Housing Family Trust. It's the Orange County Housing Financial Trust, so that might want to be corrected. And more importantly than that, in the bylaws, when they get finalized, on page 14-34 of your staff report, it speaks to the regular meetings and the schedule of this. And I just want to point out, when these bylaws get finalized, if this is going to be an open, transparent, public process, this only says that the board is going to meet once every 2 months. That this actually needs to say exactly when and where it's going to meet so that you and members of the public will know where that's happening. It needs to say something like second Wednesday of the even-numbered months at 7 o'clock in a particular location, rather than just leaving it up in the air where the board will meet. I don't think you want to be part of an organization that you don't know what's going on with the organization, so I would hope you would want the bylaws to reflect a definite meeting place. The Brown Act actually requires it. Thank you.
Okay, did you hear that, Mr. Kiff? Okay, any other public comments on this item? Okay, please come forward. Do we have a motion? I'll make the motion that City of Newport Beach agreed to join the Joint Powers Authority with the County of Orange and other Orange County cities to create a housing finance trust.
I'll second.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Duffield? Thank you. Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Kipp. All right, let's move to item 15, initiation of zoning code and LCP amendments. Mr. Georges.
Madam Mayor, I need to declare a conflict because one of the maps shows a real property interest for me. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
I also have a conflict due to real property interests.
Okay. Anybody else needs to go? No? All right. Mr. Georges, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. This item is a cleanup item. We come to you to ask if you're okay with us going to initiate some code changes to both our zoning code and our local coastal program. Our program planning manager, Patrick Alford, is here. He can answer any questions. We didn't put a PowerPoint together. It's just, really what we're going to do is, if you're okay with our going ahead and doing some code changes, we'll go back, we'll actually write the code, write the changes, and go through the planning commission and then bring it back to the city council for your consideration on the final language.
Does this ultimately go to the coastal commission?
Some of the items will go to the coastal commission, correct.
Okay. Anybody have any questions of Mr. Alford? I don't see any questions, Mr. Alford. Any public comments? Did you want a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a question?
No.
No. All right. Public comments, please.
Denise Oberman. I have a couple of questions about this, just conceptually. So, amendments that are characterized as cleanup in the planning and zoning code should really be discrete and not bundled with the local coastal plan implementation. So, I would want some articulation as to what the cleanup entails. This has been one of the ways that there's been substantial change in codes and ordinances in the past, is calling them cleanup, and so staff runs off and does them, and they're outside of the public process and the public eye, and there's been a very limited explanation as disclosure both to the public and to the council, and then all of a sudden they're memorialized and they're codified, and everybody goes, well, how did that happen? We talked about examples earlier in the day. How did the heights eke up in buildings? How did the setbacks become unclear and inconsistently applied? So I think it is important to be very clear about that. Secondly, relative to the local coastal plan implementation, the LCP is charged with administering things that are within the purview of CEQA and the Coastal Commission. And the city provided, at the end of 2018, a very broad authority to the Director of Community Development to make discretionary decisions without any checks and balances as to what would happen to these various decisions, various projects, et cetera. And at the time, a number of residents expressed concerns about that. Most of these things that are listed are, in fact, planning and zoning code changes, and those things need to be considered carefully, and some of them are maybe rightly considered as part of the general plan update because they will change the densities and character of areas, and they'll change some fundamental land uses. So I would say, as a bottom line of that anything that is a planning and zoning code change should be done not within the LCP, but should be done as a planning and zoning code change. And I recommend that the council look at the list and determine whether it makes sense to have those things considered under the general plan rather than swept under the guise of a cleanup. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Georges or Mr. Alford, do you want to comment?
I'll take a stab at Ms. Opperman's comments. You know, a lot of the provisions that we're asking the council to look at today is included in the staff report. So, you know, we're not trying to hide anything. We still got to go back and actually write the text. And that's going to take a lot of time. Patrick is going to be working on it, plus another planner. From there, we'll do a public notice. It'll be brought forward to the Planning Commission. It'll be all open and transparent. You know, we're not trying to hide anything. And then after the Planning Commission, it'll come to the City Council before you, for you to kind of weigh in on the actual code language that we're going to be proposing. After that, if the City Council were to approve the changes, we will take it to the Coastal Commission for further public hearings. And then, as you know, if you have already experienced, after the Coastal Commission approves it, we've got to bring it back to the City Council for you to accept any of their changes. So there is a lot of opportunity for public comment and public input. And this is our process, and as transparent as we can make it.
Well, and the item says initiation. So this is, as you just described, the initiation of the process.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other public comments on this item?
Mayor Dixon and members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier, and obviously both the zoning code and the coastal land use implementation plan, they're both very long, complex documents. They have many other problems with them. This is not an exhaustive list of the things that might be cleaned up about them. And one of them that caught my attention this afternoon at the study session, you Mayor Dixon, were pointing out, you thought it is reasonable that a single-family home should be subjected to the same development standards, whether it was in an R1 zone or being built in something that was technically an RM zone, if we're allowing it there. That was exactly the concept of how the height limits were supposed to work in planned communities, namely that the residential structures within a planned community should be subject to the limits of residential structures elsewhere, the multifamily to those, the commercial to those standards, which allowed you to go a little bit above the height, and the planned community was a way of going above that height. That is one of the things that got lost in the 2010 planning code, and our city staff tells us that planned communities can invent their own height limits for any kind of structure within them. So a couple of years ago, we had, for instance, the proposal for a high-rise apartment house or condo, multifamily structure at the car wash project just a couple of blocks away from here. And rather than respecting the 33-foot height limit that you heard about this afternoon, which could go a little bit higher with planned community being one way that you could do that, by declaring that little block to be a planned community, then it was going to be the sky's the limit. They could pick whatever limit they wanted, 85 feet, whatever, for that building. That, I think, is an error. The public was not told that was happening in 2010. The council that adopted that didn't know that they were doing that. So I think that's an important thing that needs to be cleaned up at some time.
Okay. Good point. Would take note of that, please, staff. Thank you. Any other public comments on this item? Bring it back. Any comments here? Do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
Have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, let's vote.
With Mayor Pro Tem recusing himself, the motion carries 6-0.
All right. The last item, number 16, software license agreement with Tyler Technologies for replacement of the city's land management system. Mr. Georges, this is your night.
It is. Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening again. This is really an exciting item that we're presenting before the City Council. This is a replacement software that the Community Development Department uses and several other departments uses to track permits and development within the city. And it's exciting for us because it's been long overdue to actually replace that software. With me this evening, I have Dan Capagnello. He's our systems manager, and Jackie Luangis is our Luingis is our IT manager, and Anthony Nguyen is our purchasing manager also. So there's been a lot of people working on this project. We do have our PowerPoint for you. We're actually excited to share the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
If you're okay with that.
All right.
So we'll go ahead and I'll let Dan dive in.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Great. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I do echo Simone's enthusiasm here with this project. It's definitely been a long time coming ever since I've been here at the city. So I'd like to go through a couple of slides here. This is an actual picture from our public counter, by the way. It's not a stock photo. I just want to show you a quick slide on what we use our permitting software for. The permit software is our engine for development services, handling and tracking our building activities, inspections, planning applications, code enforcement investigations, and also our public works encroachment permits. We collect a lot of data in processing these permits, and we use them for our performance metrics, mainly for plan check turnaround times, work caseloads, and also for future fee studies as we do account for our time. And ultimately, it is our administrative record. So the software helps us keep organized when we receive a public records request. Like I said, it's our engine, and our check engine light's on, and we've been driving around with the check engine light on. We need to go in for some service. So why do we need to replace? The software is end of life. The company Acela is no longer supporting it. We've had it for about 25 years now and done a lot of customizations to it. It's incompatible with the current Microsoft operating system, so it prevents our IT staff from upgrading our workstations where this software is running on.
Can I just ask you a quick question?
Yes.
So it currently is incompatible.
Correct.
So what do you do?
Correct. We're just a version behind of the operating system. It still runs. Everything still runs. Just we can't upgrade to the Windows 10 version.
Oh my.
Yeah. So on Windows 7, correct, Jackie? Yes.
That's about what? 20
Yeah.
years old.
Yeah.
Okay.
So again, we've done some sophisticated customizations. We've done a lot of little tricks to the system, but they are Band-Aids that are applied around a core that's been failing and antiquated, and also has limited our online capabilities. And in a world that has expectations of doing business online, we need to keep up the pace. Also, we need a fresh look. We need to take a look at our business processes, see how we can do them more efficiently, and possibly even simplify them. So we went through an extremely extensive vendor selection and procurement process, which started back in 2016. We released the RFP with about 500 functionality requirements that we added to the RFP. We formed an evaluation committee that looked at the 6 proposals. They advanced 3 of those proposals to vendor presentations, which gave the opportunity to the vendor to show the software in front of staff, the users, as well as the IT technical staff. And we also had sandbox testing, which allowed the staff to play with the software, to see how easy it was to configure. Our IT, they looked under the hood on it. How easy is this software to maintain? Can we be self-sufficient? Then we narrowed it down to 2 vendors. We did reference checks and also site visits. And ultimately, we selected Tyler Technologies with their EnerGov product to help us with this solution. Tyler is currently a customer of the city. We use the Financial Munis product, so that's going to integrate nicely with EnerGov. It was cost competitive. It has a very robust citizen self-service web portal. It offers electronic plan review, mobile applications for our field staff, and a very extensive local client base in California as well as in Southern California. are both their neighboring cities, Laguna Beach, as well as, I believe Costa Mesa is currently in negotiations now. So what can the EnerGov product do for us, and where do we want to see in terms of customer service enhancements that we don't necessarily have now? And one of those is paperless transactions. We want better communications between applicant and staff. And you can see here in this picture, we want to get rid of that paper, get to the tablets, get to the iPads, so that inspector can update their inspections in real time. They don't have to go back to the office to enter in information, or we have to scan paper, that sort of thing. And this is currently what our one wall of our vault looks like for all of our plans. And this is a thing of the past. We want to move beyond this. We want to. This is an enormous amount of work for applicants and staff to shuffle these plans around, back and forth. We want to get into paperless plan submission, where the applicant can apply online. The plan check engineer can correct the plans, mark up the plans, and then transmit that back to the applicant without even the applicant coming to City Hall or even printing a plan out. So that's the idea. And ultimately, this is a mock-up of what it could look like. What Tyler can do for us is our development portal. We want to place have one location where someone could request an inspection, apply for a permit, do some research, search for public records. Right now, it's fragmented of where someone can go find access or find the status of their product. So we want this to be a single data portal that would be available on the community development website for the public. That's correct. Some other things for the public that they would see in here is an application assistant, something that would guide them through permits. Starting a new restaurant or starting a new business or applying for a permit. And also this nice, neat dashboard where the public can see exactly where they're at on the project. They can see the workflow. They can contact who's ever working on the project. So it's that line of communication. And then also data access. We get a lot of requests about folks looking for, what was the number of permits that were done the last month or in the week. So we can have all this available to the public, very similar to how we use the budget Socrata software that you can drill down and access this information. So the scope of work, it's estimated to be about 18 to 24 months. There's a lot of work ahead of us. We're going to divide it hopefully into 3 phases, which would make sense. The first phase is going to be the heaviest. This will be the actual replacement of Permits Plus of all of the disciplines that I just mentioned in the first slide: building, planning, code enforcement, public works, and this introduction to the Citizens Access Portal. Phase 2, these current permits are not in the system now, so they would have to be developed. The special event permits for recreation and also for fire, and also fire's annual permit, as well as our real property tracking program. And then phase 3 would be the electronic plan review. So the second contract that's before you tonight for consideration is to get a third-party project manager for this. This is going to be a very difficult project. There's going to be a lot of work. There's going to be a lot of obstacles to navigate, and we do need some additional expertise. One that not only has experience in LMS implementation, but has experience with Tyler and has done some EnerGov implementations. We want this person to work with our staff on change management, oversee the statement of work to make sure, and contract to make sure that everything's being complied with and we're on schedule. And also they would just play a counterpart to the Tyler project manager. So that selection process, we did an RFQ, request for qualifications, December 2018. We received 5 responses back, and also reviewed all those responses based off of the criteria. And we did reference checks, and finally decided on a Park Consulting Group. They're a local firm out of Irvine, and they've done several EnerGov implementations. So definitely have the expertise to make this project run smoothly. And lastly, the project cost again, there's no additional funding from the general fund. This is all funded out of an ISF IT replacement fund. And so the first part of the contract would be the Tyler contract over a 2-year period of $1.35 million, and then the additional $200,000 for the park consulting agreement, $200,000 for a total of $1.5 million, not to exceed, for over the next 2 years. So again, we're very excited to get this project underway. Hopefully, we can begin shortly after the fiscal year starts. And this concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions. We also have representatives from Tyler and from Park Consulting here tonight as well.
Thank you, Mr. Herdman.
Just a quick question. Park Consulting then will be responsible for the overall implementation of this program within our city?
Yes, they'll be working they'll be the advocate for the city, but they'll be working with Jackie and myself.
Who will design training of staff, and how will that be conducted?
We will be doing that, along also with the Tyler project manager.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other speakers up here? All right, we'll go to the public. Any public comment, please?
Mayor Dixon, members of the council, my name is Jim Moser. This is a large, important, and somewhat expensive project. On page 2 of the staff report, it lists actually that there were 6 applicants who applied for this, 3 of whom were interviewed, apparently based on those 3 having higher technical scores, we understand from the staff report. I would wonder if the 3 who were not invited for interviews, were their technical scores much lower than these? And are any of those firms whose software is widely used by other cities? We do see the scores from the 3 that were invited for interviews at the top of page 3, and one can see from that rating thing that Tyler is much, much less expensive on the startup costs, which is why they are scored so highly. But the startup costs is only part of this if it's going to be a 25-year project. So I think it would be interesting to know what the comparative maintenance costs would be. Over 25 years, a lot of money is going to be spent keeping this software running. And I am curious how staff evaluated that so that we're making the best choice for 25 years, not the best choice for the next 2 years. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Well, staff, would you like to provide an answer to that question?
So I'll answer the first part. I think, Jackie, you want to answer the maintenance part. So the first part of the question is, there were 6 submittals. We dropped 3 of them right away because they didn't answer our RFP. So after the first 3 were dropped, we shortlisted down to the top 3, and from there we start doing proof of concept, sandbox, and proposal scoring. So hence that's why the first 3 don't have any scores, because we just dropped them right away. They didn't answer the RFP. I'm going to go turn to Jackie about the maintenance cost, and she'll go ahead and answer that.
Yes, the maintenance cost is going to be a wash. We're currently paying more money in support than that InterGov is going to cost us. So for the old system that is 25 years old, we're paying more money in support that this system is going to cost us. So that's why we didn't include the support for the next 3 years, because really in year 3, we're going to stop paying for our old vendor because we will have everything already converted. And we are just going to start to pay in year 3 when we're stopping. So we're actually going to save $1,000 that year in the support.
And I will just add that just the good financial planning, the IT replacement fund, obviously, so everyone understands that, we've been funding that all along, and now the money is there to pay for this and not be a significant hit to the general fund. Any questions, comments? If none, do we have a motion?
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second. Let's vote. It's exciting. We've joined the 21st century. Yes.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Very good. Well, congratulations, Simone, and Grace for advancing this forward. It's really important. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk?
Motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any motions for reconsideration? Mr. Muldoon is going to speak on our adjournment this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, I would like to adjourn in honor of 300 innocent Sri Lankan Christians killed on Easter in the name of evil. May God have mercy on everyone's soul, and may He protect the innocent throughout the globe.
And we are adjourned. Thank you.